Hello and welcome to Paddling Pool 333 Triple Threes. I'm
Woo!
Sasu here with Zari on the mic, and we're gonna be looking at Horror Bros versus LDE Forge is wrong tourney. But before we get to that, Zari, how are you doing?
I am doing great. It's been forever since I've had the opportunity to commentate, so I am just pumped to be back, to be fair. Looking forward to see what these two teams have got going on. I will say that second one, LDE Forge, seems very specific. And I feel like you might have something to say about this, Sassy.
We were talking about this while we were waiting to go in. I run LDE Forge. That is my hat. And then we were discussing how horrendous the rest of my build is for Forge. So maybe I had to check the team to make sure it wasn't a squad of my ops making fun of my
We were
Forge
thinking this might be a
I was
call
like,
out post,
yeah,
but
maybe these are people who are like, I just hate Sasu. Let's make fun of their like terrible Forge build. And honestly, LDE on Forge is fine. It's the rest of my build that's scuffed. And you know, I feel like if I revealed what that build was, people wouldn't trust me to commentate. So I will keep that to myself. But in the meantime, we will be getting into this Scorch Rainmaker game. Let's take a look at these loadouts, and unsurprisingly, we do see that crab dread ringer there from Sneaky, and everything else. No, actually, there's the Nautilus with the splashdown. But other than that, everything looking pretty above board from me, Zari.
yeah, it does look pretty, you know, it makes sense, right? Those comps absolutely make sense. But already off the bat, we've got players going down on both sides. Though Horribro, I cannot with these names. Had a couple more casualties there and have ended kind of up on the back foot here. They're still trying to keep this space in mid, but they're gonna have to get a couple more kills to make that really work. Though they're trying. They're certainly trying.
Yeah, I think LDE Forge really trying to temper their spacing, but with that crab being popped, it's going to be super hard for them to defend against this push. And honestly, this may end up being a free check. You see the Nautilus going down, not able to get that splashdown out fast enough. But I think with a counter crab coming out of LDE Forge, not able to stop them from getting that check, unfortunately, but gonna slow them a bit. With this repop, we might be seeing a bit more points on the board, but you see two members down from Horror Bros. And even with that crab, they're just not able to keep this push going.
Indeed, they do end up all going down, and kind of they're gonna have given up this space in mid to try and stall their way through that. But the question here is LDE Forge gonna get the counter push and able to get to that checkpoint? It looks like they've kind of opened up the space for it, but they have not started this push yet. And already there's one player down on both sides.
Yes, you see TK really putting in the work here on this Stamper, zipping to see what they can get, or perhaps to just try and distract a little bit. And it does work. Despite two members going down, they're able to get the check. Of course, they're the second team to do so. Only down to 69. Quite nice, but not nice enough, seeing as though Horror Bros is able to get that Rainmaker, jump straight back in and see if they can get this push going. Now you have Riru. Heian Riru. Gosh, everybody's names today, sorry, are kind of taking me out. And speaking of taken out, Horror Bros do end their push there with a few of their members going down. So now we have LDE Forge seeing if they can take this space and take the lead.
Yes, indeed. As we can see, there is not very much between them here, but with the Wiper coming in, there we go. They're able to get the pick on the Rainmaker, and even though they do go down, that will massively stall out the push. The LDE Forge were just getting started there. So it does... Oh, Oh, that's a double from Illusion there. This is exactly what they need. They just need to get past that 68-point mark here. There's still plenty of time for both of these teams, though. Important to note, we're just under 2 minutes. But they need to get more points on the board.
Yeah, but I think that Crab did a lot for them keeping the space. But you see, I think that flanking decav definitely going to take a lot of detention from LDE Forge. And I think, quite frankly, if they'd maybe ignored it, they might have been able to push past. But giving all that attention to that flanking decav has unfortunately caused them to go down. And you see, I think, a bit of an overextension, not to be punished here from the S-Blast on Horror Bros. And with this Booyah, you see them kind of holding it, seeing if they can instead just get that lead. And they do indeed get it. Kayon going down. And only Palkia gonna be the last person. I think that is a delayed wipe. So hopefully LDE Forge can get themselves together and see if they can get a little bit of a look back here.
Yes, indeed. They have not had a push that has gone past that checkpoint. So they really need, when we're coming down to the last 30 seconds here, they need to get some space and push up, as Illusion is trying to do right now, but ends up going down. That is not ideal. Currently 3v3, but still they're just kind of ending up fighting for mid here, trying to find a little bit more space so they can get a push going. But look at that timer. It is coming down to the wire.
Yeah, but, you know, I think LDE Forge actually not necessarily in the best position. I saw that they popped a lot of their specials early, but you see their Dread is able to get that Crab back just in time as we hit this overtime now. The Crab comes out, going to be pressuring the other Crab. Crab v Crab violence here, and you see the Rainmakers just holding on, seeing what they can do. This S-Blast goes down, and this may be the time for them to finally push forward. They're playing a little bit careful. The decav is not yet down, and I don't know, maybe there's too much stalling going on because it's just the Rainmaker. And quite frankly, Zari, I think if they had chosen to run it when they got all of those picks, they might have been the victors here. Look at all that yellow.
Yep, they had a very, very short window of opportunity there that they just hesitated on, and that's all it took for the kind of, well, for Horror Bros to get back in and kind of make that defensive line. So really, it does come down to right at the end there for them. But LDE Forge just not quite able to get the push that they needed.
Yeah, I think it was a question of attention economy. A lot of the time, like, we saw that they almost had a really strong push, but you had something like 2 or 3 people going back to try and take care of the flanking decav, which wasn't necessarily entirely necessary. You see there were some members down, respawning in, and they just had that decav on the left. So if instead of pushing forward, they were able to just kind of like have a physical barrier, kind of Mr. President, as they say, the Rainmaker, they might have been able to get that win. But once again, we have a payload style mode here in Hagglefish Tower, except this is probably going to be a lot more snowbally. So we're going to see how both of these teams fare.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, you can definitely get some really, really good pushes on Scorch Rainmaker, but whenever, like, there's a certain point of no return when it comes to tower control on Hagglefish Market, and unless you like are able to direct everything at the tower, you kind of can't recover unless you knock out, and that's not even just like getting to like 2. Like, that's once you get past that, like up to that last checkpoint, like you will struggle to like do that in return, right? But we're gonna have to see. I don't think there have been any changes except for the Crab actually on the side of Horror Bros. I think is that the only change?
I think the change actually is the Nautilus. On the side of LDE Forge, they have opted to switch out the splashdown instead for the rain. So we'll see if that necessarily works out for them. Perhaps what it is that they're looking for is actually that point sensor. seeing as though they were having a little bit of trouble keeping track, particularly of that that decav that sort of ended their game at the end there and took their attention. Maybe they're hoping to sort of mark them and see how that goes. But you see that already Horrible Bros does have that first checkpoint, and they just kind of cruise past it. But I feel like these games have really been a question of who has the crab tank. We've seen a lot of crab tank v crab tank fights, as well as just pushing with that crab. So I think that is what was able to stop this push.
Ooh. Oh, that's very unfortunate placement there. I will say that, as you were saying before about the crab, that is, Horrible Bros have dropped that crab. They've switched to the other splash. Yeah, they've got strikes now, which very much can stop a push in its tracks at very important moments, but you don't have that, like, continual pressure that you get from a crab. So, it'll be interesting to see how that goes, especially since Horrible Bros are continuing to push. They're at that second checkpoint now. They are taking casualties, but they have pushed way, way further, and will definitely help them to kind of, like, that's a good enough lead for now, especially since LDE Forge have not pushed once.
Yeah, you know, you mentioned the point of no return. I would argue the point of no return in question is the third checkpoint. So far they haven't been able to break through the second one, which is good news for LDE Forge. It means that we are not yet at that point in question. But so far, it seems as though they're having a difficult time of just figuring out their positioning and how to fend them off. We have that crab once again active, but they do go down because that's another thing is that I think they knew how powerful LDE Forge's crabs were. So not only can they GG strikes with those strikes, but you can just strike the crab and force them to move out of position and just be less threatening. So right now they are breaking through that second checkpoint, and we are very quickly going towards what we consider the point of no return, Zari.
Yes, indeed. And with 2 down on the side of LDE Forge, they're just it's just snowballed out of control. Yep, as we were saying, like, that is, once you hit that third checkpoint, it's so incredibly close to the end there that unless you you are prepared, your team is up, it is hard to stop it there. Never mind getting a return push the whole way there on the other side. So yep, that was unfortunate for LDE Forge, but they just did not have kind of the answer to what Horrible Bros were throwing at them there.
Yeah, not to mention, I think that, you know, they also weren't necessarily running that much AoE that you might want to run on a tower game. We also had that switch on Nautilus, which I think maybe wasn't necessarily what should have been picked, because at the very least you can kind of splash down that tower and clear it that way. So you still maybe would have had choices, but of course they're still in it. I think that sends them just down to losers. So of course this set a little bit close to me because we've got the LDE Forge and then my team's name is Ouroboros. So I was kind of like a bit of a sausage themed set, but I'm glad to see it. I'm glad to be casting it with you, Zari.
Absolutely. Very good set to start us off today. Good round 1, as you were saying. LDE Forge, they're not out yet. They just have to fight their way through losers bracket. You gotta love some double elim. But yeah, we are gonna go to a short break as we set up for round 2. So do not be going anywhere. We will be back real soon. Welcome back, everyone. We are getting into round 2 now, where we have Aura Boys versus Doro Party. And we are right back to where we just were. Hello, Hagglefish.
Listen, yeah, this feels like we're just like trapped in like a simulation or something. I just got finished being like, oh, horror bros, like my team's named Ouroboros, and then we have Aura Boys.
Aura Boys.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god.
Just, like,
Literally. Oh, Jesus.
What?
We've got... Actually, hold on. I've written this down. These are literally the same maps, except the first 2 are switch round. Literally the same tiebreaker as well, of course. So, we aren't seeing any other maps. These are your pick. This is it. Hope you guys enjoy these 3 maps.
Listen, it can be entertaining. Hagglefish, questionable, because like we saw, like we know, it can be so snowbally. Especially there are a lot of strong players, I believe, on Aura Boys that, they may be able to make quick work. We will see.
Indeed. I wonder if it will be similar to what we saw in the last one, or if we're gonna see Doro Party come out swinging. That's what I am intrigued to see. Definitely no Stampers right now. It's just both got removed immediately.
Honestly, as it should be. Stamper's completely just removed from the equation, and right now we just have a kind of like, I don't know, a free-for-all in mid so far. Even though I think there was like a bid made on that tower really early out of Leafy. You have Aura Boy here trying to get a pick, moving forward, getting some chip on Blast, but Blast really holding steady. And of course, this Booyah Bomb coming out at what I'd say is really the perfect time. But I think someone on Aura Boys does have a crab active, really helping them get to this next checkpoint.
Yep, we were talking about it being a little bit, yet again, this map. Truly, you can get stuck, and we're already at that point. The point we were talking about before, hello, point of no return. They're able to get Seb off the tower and able to push it back. So that does mean they haven't got through the checkpoint, which I do believe is the full point of no return. But that's going to be a struggle, because we're a minute and a half in and they're already pushed to 17.
Absolutely, but I think that they've done a good job of really pushing in here and making it so that Aura Boys is not able to finish the job. Of note, I'd say, is that Doro Party maybe might be struggling a bit with this paint. I think they have a range blaster, and you have to jump there from Blast, making sure that pick happens. And I think, interestingly enough, despite the fact that 2 members are down on Aura Boys, finally the tower is taken. So we'll see how far they're able to get on this push, though. Perhaps not far.
Oh no, yeah. I feel like not far at all if we look at the amount of players that are currently available.
Get out of there! Get out of there!
Oh! Oh my god, Sneak's able to win that 1v1 back up to their team and kind of reset without letting Aura Boys fully take control of this mid. That looked very dangerous for Doro Party, but they were able to recover from it. Oh god. Oh, this... Oh!
That was a close one. Yeah,
that was a close one.
Definitely super entertaining seeing Sneak just live or try to live a lot of these scenarios. Honestly, this feels less like a tower game and more like a game of free-for-all Smash. There's just like a lot of fighting going on that we're seeing. Inky doing a really good job of just kind of holding that space, but once again, they're making a bid at that third check, and it is just not looking good because they made a cost it. I think we can just call that GG's.
Yep. That will be GG's. Good attempt from Doro Party, but yet again, whenever you lose both checkpoints at the very beginning, it can be so hard to continue to kind of because all it will take is another good push to kind of get past that point, and then there you are. But good attempt from Doro Party. They were able to like get a push of their own going, and we saw Sneaks having doing a lot more than thought was possible in certain scenarios. So yeah, I think they definitely have it in them, but they just have to, I suppose, Doro Party have to be ready to like defend those hard pushes from Aura Boys.
Yeah, but speaking of hard pushes, it can be very difficult to push on a Rainmaker Scorch. Of course, like we saw in that prior game, that it was both teams had just gotten their first check, and then it was just a free-for-all in mid for a lot of the time, and they would be stalled out in that choke, not able to get past that that check for quite a while for both teams. So I think that especially if your team is running a lot of bombs, and we might see some switches, particularly from Doro Party on that range blaster. I think it was really difficult. They were getting painted out a lot. So seeing as though AoE not necessarily as easily advantageous, we might see them switch to an S-Blast or something else that just has a little bit more movement on it. Yeah, I think both of these teams, to some extent, have their work cut out for them getting past that choke onto that check, and then forward.
Yep, I definitely agree with that. So we'll just have to see if there's any changes, if they decide to stick with it, and kind of, I'm very intrigued to see how this, like, the opening of this goes, because that can really set the pace at times. We're continuing with that range blaster. Obviously, the S-Blast. There is a bucket now. I don't think there was a bucket before. No, that's instead of the Stamper. They've switched out the Stamper.
Yes, we have Maverick switching over to that Slosher instead with those strikes, which is definitely going to super help them when it comes to going to that check. But two members already down on Doro Party. I think they have been able to get... they being Aura Boys able to get their crab out quicker, and already here is the retaliatory crab getting an absolutely fantastic pick from Kenma, shutting down what might have been a really nasty push. So definitely great to see that from Kenma, who just continues to get these picks, and wow, we'll see if they're able to put these picks into a push.
Yes, indeed. They definitely are going to be trying to make the most out of that, but they're still, yet again, ending up in this fight for mid at the moment, which is not going in Doro Party's favor. And there goes the reset on the Rainmaker, and then they're pushing Doro Party way back into their spawn. This should mean, if someone grabs that Rainmaker, that they get the checkpoint. But as I'm saying that, it just took them that little bit longer, and... I eat my words. No checkpoint for them.
Yeah, you know, I think it's really admirable seeing Doro Party just do a really good job of shutting down a lot of these pushes. You see the crab comes out for them. They are throwing these bombs. I think that is Maverick going down on that Slosher, and Leafy just trying to push this at the last second, and they do get that dunk despite having no paint, and everybody I think just not paying attention. So that is going to be huge for Aura Boys to have Leafy get that push, and especially with what looks to be, I think, Leafy on that crab, I think they're going to be able to perhaps push even more.
But they end up being stopped as they go for they try to push it further, but Aura Boys still not happy to leave that as is. They push it to 28. They're still in there. That's 3 down on the side of Doro Party. Yeah, I don't think they're done pushing, guys. I don't think they're done yet.
I think honestly, sorry, it's very rare that any team is kind of done pushing when they're this far into the spawn on a Scorch. You will just see, it's very much like an Inkblot tower. People just jump in, and they refuse to give up the space. But finally, enough picks have been had. You see a jump in, I think that's from Azad, who is immediately just going to go down, and Doro Party has done what I'd argue is the impossible and gotten the picks necessary. to stop them from finishing this game. And of course, their backs are up against the wall. They do not win this, they will not go to a game 3. So 1v1 down there in that corner, gonna be able to lose that. And with 2 members down on Dodo Party and just under 2 minutes left, they have their work cut out for them.
Yes, indeed. It does also seem like they cannot get quite a clean push either, where they send people up to push further and just they end up going down, and then we're stuck fighting in mid again, and that has switched yet again over. Dodo Party has the people advantage at the moment, and they've got that Rainmaker kind of where they want to grab it and start pushing themselves. Okay, are they going to be able to get the checkpoint though? No.
Remains to be seen, but one thing I will say is, seeing as though we're moving up on a minute, you saw it the last time that Aura Boys had their hands on the Rainmaker, but these are experienced players. They know the flaws of Rainmaker, and the number one flaw is how stally it can be. So if Dodo Party is unfortunate enough to let Aura Boys get their hands on that Rainmaker, it may spell disaster due to their stalling. But you see an absolute tirade out of Sneak. We have been seeing them this entire set just live and do this great work, and you see on that zip they are able to get a triple, and now with that Kraken, I think that they're going to be able to push, and if they play their cards right, they are going to get this checkpoint. Sorry.
Wait. Yes, they are. Okay, 1 second. Yeah. They absolutely were able to do that, which is what they needed, but whenever you look at that timer, they need the Rainmaker to pop in their favor, and that's not what just happened. They're not close enough to grab it from Aura Boys. All Aura Boys need to do is pick it up and just have a leisurely stroll backwards.
Azad, I think, almost gonna jump off at the end there just for style points. And yeah, I think that we saw a really good push at the end, but they just got warmed up a little bit too late. And so Aura Boy is going to get their second win and take the rest of the set over Dodo Party.
Yes, indeed. It absolutely did seem that Dodo Party was like properly settling in near the end there, but it just was not enough. And truly, like, they needed that checkpoint break like 2 minutes earlier so that all of their pushes were not just trying to get there. That is very, very unfortunate. But yet again, we were saying this earlier, Double Elim, they're not out yet. They can fight their way through the losers bracket, but it really does depend on that. Hope to see them later, but you never know.
Especially if they put such a strong showing with that checkpoint they got at the end against such a strong team, then wouldn't be surprised if we see them back here. But in the meantime, we will be taking a short break, so grab some snacks, grab yourself a refreshment, stay hydrated, everybody.
Yes.
We'll be right back.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Hello and welcome back to Paddling Pool Triple Three. I'm Sasu here with Zari, and we're going to be looking at blanks versus air riders. What do
Can I
you?
just say,
Uh,
these maps don't leave.
they're
They
haunted.
just don't leave. Oh my
But-
god.
I don't know. Is it? I should look into how it's picked. If it's the kind of team 1 and 2 picked type thing, or if it's just kind of
No, they both picked
one of those
this.
formats.
No,
Maybe.
they are picked. They both picked this one,
Oh.
the first one at least.
Wild, very wild of you, blanks and air riders. You will not catch me picking Hagglefish Tower unless I'm like, listen, my team is just so Josie, so skilled at tower that we think that we can get the snowball and just 100 to 0 you. But other than that, it's a little bit of a nightmare, as we saw the last 2 times we had to see this map mode.
Yeah, I would say Nightmare's a good way to put that. It was certainly nightmarish for the teams that had to try and stop the KOs that they were not able to stop. So we'll see if we see a third repeat, but that's interesting. All right, we're seeing the pro, and which does make sense, to be fair. And a carbon, of course, not the new one.
I think, interestingly enough, we do have that rapid with the strikes, and of course, no doubt that Junior for the bubble. But I will have to push back on. Listen, I think the Frozen Pro is not terrible, but you know, maybe I outed myself with LDE Forge, but I think that Forge is a good choice on tower. You have that GG Booyah, you have that suction that you can throw on tower. And I've been seeing a lot of people run this Frozen Pro on tower when I think that we should consider just running that Forge. But of course, there is the Junior with the bubble as prophesized, having that on the tower, and we'll see if they're able to break through that second checkpoint.
Yeah, they're certainly trying to be careful about it, but at the moment they're just trying to find a little bit more room to get that tower. But yeah, Carbon will deal some damage. Let's just say, very very quickly. But Air Rider's still on the back foot here. They got some picks, but were not able to get any further out there. And Blanks will give that second checkpoint another go, and with the bubble, they're pretty much able to breeze right through it.
Absolutely, but we do have those strikes coming out to try and finally clear that tower. I think that they're having a bit of trouble when it comes to tower clearing, but you see that counter Booyah going to really shut down that defensive push, I guess, from Air Riders. And like, you see the members just keep jumping in, keep trying to get that in, and this has got to be exhausting for Air Riders, just constantly being on this back foot, having all that pressure going down, and honestly, not a lot of space to figure out what they're doing, while Blanks basically has the entire map to work with here. So even if they're not able to get this knockout yet, just the amount of pressure that they're putting down has got to be devastating for Air Riders.
Yeah, indeed. They definitely are trying to kind of hold their own here, find their way out, but because of where Blanks are, it just, like, yes, they're kind of surrounded, but there's still there was that bubble on tower, which was able to kind of give them the space to keep that push moving, and they're still on it. They're through that, there we go, they're through that checkpoint.
Point of no return.
Point of no return.
Yeah, you know, I'm just gonna say we saw that Frozen Pro just kind of shooting at that bubble, trying to get rid of it, and respectfully, if you'd had a suction bomb, say on Forge, I think you would have been able to break through it a little bit easier, maybe stall out that tower. But of course, that is my personal bias there. But you did see that Air Riders having a really hard time this entire game just getting any sort of leverage, no points on the board. Essentially a 100-0 knockout. You could kind of call it that. They weren't able to drop any points, so we will be heading into a very familiar Scorch Rainmaker. And I think in the last 2 sets, the teams, when we've seen these two, the teams have been able to essentially take both of these. So I don't think we've ever seen it where Hagglefish, one team wins Hagglefish, the other one wins Rainmaker Scorch. So we'll see if Blanks C, or rather Blanks, is able to continue that trend and take advantage of the snowball that you can get once you get past that first check. I think the first check is really the true obstacle. And when you're past that, getting to that final goal, that is when the other team just doesn't have a lot of resources to deal with you.
Yeah, they have the high ground on you, but other than that, it can be so difficult to deal with everyone at once, especially if you have a special. For example, like a crab,
Maybe
right?
a crab.
Sitting up kind of at the back there, they can hit so much, and there's very little to cover from as you come out of spawn. But we will see if there's any changes, and also how the opening of this match is gonna go. Interesting. Okay.
We have a change to a sploosh. Yeah. As well as did we have that sticker stamper before? I think we had
that the sticker stamper, but we didn't have the wiper, did we? Or am I
we did have the wiper.
We did. And who knows? They had weapons last time. They have weapons this time, and people are already dead.
Yeah, to be expected with that Zuka, I think, coming out of that shot. And as we usually see, there's just a free-for-all in mid. Most of these teams just trying to get their picks before they pick up the Rainmaker. And as you're seeing, her V-shot, interestingly enough, not the person on the V-shot on this team. Blob trying to see if they can get some picks from behind, but they are going to go down, and that is going to be an easy check for Blanks. And they're going to take out these strikes and see if they can keep this push going.
Yes, indeed. They certainly are in a good position here, but they're losing a lot of paint. And actually, as... Oh, never mind. Hold on. You should be able to get the... get a little bit more on the board there. You do want to move off that checkpoint pedestal if at all possible. So very, very well done there, but they are going to have to kind of figure out a counter push here, and with a sploosh kind of running around their backline, that might be quite difficult.
Absolutely. Yushi, the one who was able to get that push there, is on that sploosh, and of course you have the object damage that they have as well, so they can just pop it like it's nothing when it comes to the Rainmaker shield. A double coming out of her V-shot before going down quite quickly. Namaka, of course, on the carbon, putting out these Zuka shots, going to somehow blackly find one in a really good pick, but 2 of them are going to go down. So I think we just have that sploosh who is up, who is not necessarily the one you want to be completely defending. Yeah. I think that's why you see that check.
And there's the lead. They're able to push past 30, get it to 23. That is a very good push. You want to get onto that ramp, but there continues. That's 3 down on the side of Blanks. They're able to get a little bit further, up to 12, and there's still players going down on the side of Blanks here. That's only the sploosh alive.
Not anymore. And you have this immediate pop, and they've got the fact that they just spawned in, but I think that may not be enough, just barely. They go down. It is just the pencil going to have all of these jumps, but they get the hammer thrown at them. Lob is going to move back, but with all of these people moving in, we're going to see if they're able to catch that, or I have to imagine that they're going to throw this off the cliff. Do you think they're going to just try and run it the good old-fashioned way? Because at this point, they have to knock out if they're going to win this game.
Yes, well, that I suppose you don't want to give up any time that you could be using to push, but at the moment, in that mid.
This is just so difficult, especially you don't necessarily want the sploosh to be the one holding the Rainmaker, and I suppose that's not going to be an issue anymore, given that they've gone down. But right now, I think the Rainmaker is an Air Rider's court here, and they're trying to defend it to see if they can just get their picks and keep their space, because I think on a place like Scorch, it can be very easy to defend because of that choke, because of just how the map is. So her V-Shot really skirmishing, going around, seeing what space they can take. And despite the fact that the member does go down and surprising absolutely no one, some sploosh behavior.
Absolute. Yeah, sploosh behavior, definitely. Not a surprise, but oh, that is unfortunate there. Not able to get out of the way of that auto bomb. We're coming down to the last 30 seconds. Yushi is on the flank, able to get that last player. So that is a delayed wipe on the side of Air Riders, which does kind of set up the possibility for the comeback that Blanks needs. But they do also lose the sploosh that was kind of sharking away in Air Riders' spawn there. And with 14 seconds, I'm not sure they're going to have the time and space they need.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. And you see, even worse, Air Riders is cooler. We might see for the first time a bit of a reversal of these teams. And you have these missiles and that hammer, but just barely. They're going to survive it. And with the super shot at the last second, they will be chipped out enough to go down. Absolutely tragic end to that push there.
Yes, indeed. Oh, my goodness. It was looking at the start of that game like we were going to see a continuation of what we've seen the last two games, where it was just going to continue to snowball, but that is absolutely not what we saw. Air Riders able to to find the advantage and push it so incredibly far. And then Blanks just could not really recover and do that back to them. Like, they did not really see very much of Air Riders spawn at all. But very well played to Air Riders, especially after the first game. Like, that can be very difficult to come back from, and they absolutely did.
Yeah, I think you can see Namaka here going on a bit of a tirade in that mid, especially Blob taking advantage of a lot of that chip and getting those picks. And yeah, just a really strong showing from Air Riders. But I would argue we are moving into zones. Wahoo,
oh my god,
for
the first time, not a Tower Control or Rainmaker mode. What an incredible... Wow. It's only, the seventh game we've seen today.
Listen, for all of you Zones lovers, lock in. We are finally seeing a Zones game, but it is on Wahoo, and quite frankly, I would argue the playstyle of this map mode is the exact opposite of both of these other teams. This place is absolutely huge, and so a lot of it is going to be about that hold, about not going down, because when you are sent back to spawn, it is brutal. The sheer volume of time it takes you to get back into mid to try and contest this zone is not pretty, and if your team wipes, you're in for it.
Yep. Yes, indeed. You have to be so incredibly careful. Also, as you're saying, it is just such a large zone to keep control of. That, yeah, I'd expect to see maybe a little bit of change up of some specials. Perhaps to kind of help with Cap.
A Forge?
Oh.
Yes, we do see a Forge out of Benny. I think, they were on the Frozen Pro and they said, listen, I couldn't use that suction bomb. So we do see that switch here. But like you were mentioning, we do see those switches, but surprisingly enough, there is no Reef Slider. I find that a lot of people like to run a Reef Slider here, but both of these teams playing very honest with a switch back to that bubble off of the sploosh. And of course, that Booyah Bomb, which is going to be super good for denying the other team the other side of the zone. So far, Blank's doing a really good job pushing up, and the map is looking extremely pink to me, Zari.
Because indeed, it is indeed. And they're trying to find their way, and that is 2 down, which should be the opportunity they need. They are going to have to, there we go, get that cap, and going to have to be ready for Blanks to kind of mount an offensive, get back in there. Also important to note that Blanks actually have 2 Booyah Bombs, specifically so that if one doesn't cap it, I'm sure the other one will.
Listen, I think when you think about it, there's kind of 2 entries that you could be seeing from the other team, so they can just kind of booyah both and deny all of that space. But you see that Blanks has done a really good job of going back into mid and controlling that zone while the members of Air Riders are coming right back in. So far they are making their way through their penalty points, and that's exactly what I was talking about. Blob having to kind of move back and find another vantage point in, and already someone is waiting for them on that right. So this positioning definitely very difficult for this Pencil that we're seeing.
Yeah, it's truly so difficult to get that space and keep it, because of how the... Oh my goodness. The second they looked to see the wiper, they dealt with it, but they forfeited their lives for it. Oh my god.
Yeah, you know, the Zuka is the great deleter, as you can see, and I think Namika, I think who that may have been. There's double Zuka on Air Riders, so it could have been either of the 2, really. I think that's the answer, supposedly, to their double Booyah Bomb is the double Zuka. But right now, just a lot of skirmishing in mid. Currently, Blanks has their hands on the zone, trying to see if they can clean up the stragglers of Air Riders that are coming in. And honestly, I think just the strategy is so difficult to figure out where it is you should be and what it is you should be doing on a place like Wahoo. So the time is ticking. You see, they've already made it through a lot of their penalty points, so we'll see if they're able to hold on to this long enough to get the knockout.
Indeed. Oh, that's 2 down on the side of Blanks either. Only the Forge is left. They're trying to hold this as well as they can. Getting a lot of shots off there and able to give the jump, but that doesn't end up working out for them as immediately that player goes down alongside the Forge. So this could be the hold that Air Riders need. They're through the penalty points. They need to get to 6 though, which is gonna be difficult. Oh, the flank. Oh no, that's unfortunate. Yep, they're not going to be able to hold that. Not against a bubble.
Yeah, I think that bubble giving them some trouble. You know what? I think just the name of the game for Blanks is area denial. And I think that's working really well for them, especially because we saw in that last game that the Pencil on Air Riders did a really fantastic job of keeping that space, especially at the end there when it got all those picks. But you see there, the Pencil not able to get out the ink that it needed in time, and having gone in trying to find the position, it was just too late by the time they got there, and that is going to be a win for, I believe, Blanks.
Yes, indeed. And important to note, Blanks were the one that picked that map mode combination. So you could definitely tell going into that they had a plan, a strategy, and it was something that Air Riders just couldn't quite deal with, because yes, they had the Zukas, they were able to get some picks, but Blanksy was always like keeping them off the zone, pushing up, and kind of like just keeping that fight away from the zone if at all they could. But yeah, that is unfortunate for Air Riders, but there's still at least one more game in this, 2 if they have anything to say about it. And that is going to be, I do believe we're seeing Glamblitz for the first time. That's where we're going next.
Everybody cheered. We love seeing the full gauntlet of the modes here now that we've moved to a best of 5. So, just like we saw in the other game we just came out of, Barnacle and Dime, an absolutely huge map. I have to imagine we're once again going to be seeing that junior bubble really strong here for jumps. Just having a bubble under the opponent's basket can just be devastating. You have to shred that bubble, and then those people jump in and they immediately put in the power clam before they go down. So once again, we're going to be looking at perhaps some area denial, trying to see if you can defend, but of course things a bit more skirmishy here. You don't have that zone in the center, so we're bound to see a lot of great picks out of a Carbon like Namaka, and you know, some of these Zukas and her V-shot, of course, on the Wiper on the flanks. Going to be super exciting to see how this shakes out.
Yes, indeed. And of course, it is Barnacle and Dime. You can very well get pushed way out into your spawn. So both teams gotta be careful of that. It is just the way the map is. But we will see. They're sticking with the Forge.
Yes. First thing I noticed, I saw the Forge. No changes on either team. But I'm like, listen, I think having a Booyah, it's going to be very difficult to push to a certain point because oh no, you do see a very unfortunate Zuka shot when you kind of dodge one and you swim into the other. But I think right now we see Blanks losing a bit of the fight. They won that one, and now they're making their way into mid. So ultimately, I think sometimes it's just about the timing wise. But finally, they have the Clam Economy on their side, and they break the barrier. But we'll see if they're able to get anything. No, a wipeout just like that.
Oh, that was an incredible, like, just clean up from Air Riders there. Everything was going not right, but that's fine. They were able to make it work for them. Unfortunate though, as they're not able to capitalize on that, as already they've lost 2 players, and that Wiper being out of position and having no support there was not going to be able to really win that fight. So that does kind of return us back to this like middle neutral, as Blanks try and find. All right. Never mind. With 2 down, they are not going to find their way into mid properly.
Yeah, and I think we have to bring up the fact that Blanks, despite the fact that they are coming in with that other power clam and they might have had it made in the shade down to 60, with them not able to get that in the basket closing, that means, of course, only down to 80 and gave a free power clam to Air Riders. And seeing as though they're sort of poised to move into mid, losing a little bit of space here, but they do have the clam economy on their side. There are no power clams for Blanks, so despite the fact that they're trying to take the space, they still have to gather clams before they move forward. So I would say, despite the fact that moving in on the halfway point, Blanks does have the points on the board, I'd say Air Riders may be in a bit more of an advantageous position.
Indeed, this pencil just trying to stay alive here, able to back out, but oh my goodness, this does not look like it's safe. Blob just trying to keep this power clam alive, and is able to for the moment.
Yeah, that was definitely some crazy survival, along with some good tag teaming from the rest of their team trying to defend them. But her V-shot going to go down, and I think the junior going down, but not before getting out that bubble. But you see that member just getting beamed, and Namaka saying absolutely not. You will not be my teammate and get away with it. So that Tuka comes out very easily. They go way past that 80-point mark, and a jump in with a power climb is going to bring Air Riders all the way down to a 36. We'll see if any of the members are able to extend this push. Not looking likely though.
No, I don't think that's gonna. Yeah, that wasn't really an option there, but they're still able to kind of keep Blanks back for the moment. And there's another pick here. They see the writing on the wall. That player jumps out. There is just their backline holding onto the power clam and trying to take space. This might be the moment they're able to make it back out again, but it is, yeah, this is a struggle because they have a minute left.
Yeah, I'd argue this has to be the moment. But I think once again, a lot of Zuka shots coming out, of course, from the double Zuka being run on Air Riders, taking absolutely no prisoners. But I think that jump out, no, it wasn't canceled, but it didn't matter because they just camped the jump. So, interestingly enough, we have the junior, remember this is the player that was formerly on the sploosh, able to open that up and no doubt get jumps. That Forge is going to go down. Namaka going to do some really good work in cleaning that in. So Blob going to be heading back to see what they can do, and the last member does go down. So that is just going to be it for that super secret push we saw.
Indeed it is. And here comes a power clam. In again, they're able to get it in, and another one the whole way down to 8. But they do end up all going down for it, so it really does come down to this last push here from Blanks. They have a long way to go. They have 2 power clams. I do not believe that will be anywhere near enough for them at the moment, but they are gonna give it a go anyway. And hopefully find their way in before overtime ends, which, I don't know. Oh, there it is!
Yes, with the
Never
bubble,
mind.
but with the wipeout, that will not be enough. And even then, I'd argue Blanks had a lot ahead of them with the clam economy. Being down to even 54, the sheer volume of clams, they'll essentially have to 3v4, while another one of their member goes back to get the clams necessary to keep that basket open. So, unfortunately, just timing-wise and aggression-wise, you have a total victory here.
Yes,
for
indeed.
Air Riders. Tie us up.
Ooh, which puts us on to the tiebreaker, which yet again we have not got to a tiebreaker game so far. So hell yeah for it to be a game 5. And also back to tower control we go.
Yes, we're going back to tower control, but at the very least it is not Hagglefish. And I'd argue one that's a little bit less, at least in my opinion, Snowbally. I think if I had to pick between an Inkblot and a Hagglefish, I would definitely go Inkblot. I feel as though there are just more avenues for you to stop your opponent. So you see here at the end that jump in, bringing it down to 28, and then Namaka, I think, able to get perhaps a power clam in before going down. So absolutely stellar pushes out of Air Riders, and unfortunately, a lot of the points on the board from Blanks due to their junior player, but it just was not enough at the end there.
Indeed. They did get that sneaky push. They were able to kind of find their way in, but with just like such a difference in points on the board, they just did not have what they needed to kind of make that work. But yeah, brings us to this game 5, which I am very, very intrigued to see how this goes, because it really does all come down to this.
Yeah, Blanks, of course, won the first tower game, so they've got to be feeling good that they're already really experienced in doing well on this mode. But I think that also they did well on this mode, but on a mode that it's very difficult for the other team to fight back on, right?
Yes.
There's just not a lot you can do to really stop that team. We're gonna see if we see a Forge this time. Wouldn't scoff so much at that Frozen Pro, because I think that despite the fact that Booyah is a GG here, that area denial, getting people out of position, may be more preferable. So we see Proto changing to that Octo Shot, essentially, in having those GG strikes. And a Forge on tower, absolutely groundbreaking. 5 stars for Eddie.
Yeah, cannot cannot be too surprised after the games we've been seeing. So, already Legacy able to get on the tower first, but ends up losing 2 players for it. 3 players, just the back line left. And there we go, they end up going back to spawn as well. Air Riders able to get on that tower, get to the first checkpoint themselves, and definitely kind of work their way through it pretty easily.
Yeah, the way I see it, when it comes to tower inkblot, what really works in terms of strategy is just kind of blitzkrieging it. Just throwing everything at that tower and making it very difficult for the other team to get anything in. But you see Blob, very unfortunately, despite the really strong livability we've been seeing in the past, gonna go down. Yushi having that bubble available as the junior, and right now I think that there are a lot of members just kind of clumped up trying to figure out what to do on Air Riders, and unfortunately they've just lost that really good push that they had. So now that Blanks has organized, I think it's going to be super difficult to just get rid of them and end their push here.
Yep, they continue to push, and we've seen, like, that's what you do with the bubble. You get it so you can get through checkpoints, but that's 3 down on the side of Blank Seed. There's only the Stamper left. They're not quite sure where they are, but they... Oh, that's unfortunate. Down goes a player from Air Riders, and Blank Seed are back on the offensive.
Absolutely. 2 members gonna end that offensive like pretty quick, I'd say. But in a 2v2, maybe a little bit harder. You have that member going down out of their booyah. And like of note is that Blanks, I think, having this double booyah may just be super helpful for them in terms of extending their pushes, because we think of a booyah in terms of GGs, but it's also really strong defense for how the other team might try and get on the tower, might try to pressure the tower, and with a booyah down, they just have to move. They can't be there. But right now, I think both of these teams just kind of trying to get the picks necessary. Namaka, unfortunately, being a little bit short there, very wisely choosing to jump out. And I think that there's obviously enough time for Air Riders to get themselves together, especially when they have these strikes in their pocket to make their push. But right now, it feels like they're just playing more defensively, and they're going to have to go on the offense if they are going to get these points to win.
Yes, indeed. Like, that's a push to 38 here. Definitely not point of no return, but they do have to get through that checkpoint. Oh, there's the junior again.
The juniors always did. Remember, they're also on sploosh, right?
Yeah.
So we're seeing a bit of sploosh behavior from this junior, I think.
Unfortunate for Air Riders, they lost their backline in that fight for Tar, but they end up getting 2 additional picks, so this might be exactly what they need. The Wiper trying to get some stuff done, but there's a booyah. Proto's able to stay alive, but it has to back out of that. Yep, this is unfortunate. They're kind of just getting surrounded down there. And
you know what, sorry.
Yeah?
I think that, like, when we saw that opening, Blanks tried to get the tower, and then immediately we saw Air Riders just dispatch of them, and then start on this really strong push. They had this really good aggression, and I feel like I haven't necessarily seen that aggression out of them the rest of this game. Like, when you see Blanks on the offensive, they are in their bats. They are what I call bats in the basement. Like, it's so hard to get rid of them. You see, you know, her V-shot usually just in their, like, swimwear, being an absolute nuisance, but yet her V-shot not in the bats yet. So you see Namaka kind of taking that space and Zuka-ing, and finally, I think, putting that aggression I was saying that they didn't have. So definitely putting me in my place there and about to take the lead.
Yes, there we go. They have spent this whole game trying to get to this point, and they're finally able to take it. 2v2, last 4 seconds. They're still on the tower and they keep it. Oh my goodness, that's the time for a wipeout. If there's ever a time for the wipeout, that's the time.
style points, one could argue, and they just barely take it. Air Riders, there's got to be some disappointment on the comms for Blanks. They had a really strong hold that entire time, but when it comes to a tower or a Rainmaker, sometimes all it takes is one good push.
Yep, truly, all it takes. And sometimes it is very much a war of attrition, and you don't feel like you're making that progress until all it takes is the right people to get taken out of the equation right when you need it, and then it just kind of rolls over the line. So absolutely, that's what we saw from Air Riders there. They got their opportunity, they pushed it right when they needed it, and then they secured it with the wipeout.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. I think that I'll put it on myself that sometimes, because I've won games here like this as well, where you just have a strong defense, you don't allow the team to push down to like a 12, something that you just can't get back from. And with that solid defense, when it's time to have that one good offensive push, you make it happen, and that's the game. So definitely GG's to both teams. Really good games. Glad to see a game 5 and a strong showing from Air Riders.
Indeed. Now, they do have to follow that up with a game against Top Seed, which we are going to be seeing as soon as we can get everyone into the lobby. But yeah, after such a close set, immediately having to be like, all right, Top Seed. Good luck, guys. We'll see you back here in, I would say it won't take very long to get everyone in. So do not be going anywhere. You do not want to miss this. We're getting into semis in a couple minutes, I'd imagine. Welcome back, everyone! We are in semis! And this is top seed versus Air Riders, who were able to just about make it through that last set. So yeah, they've got more of a climb ahead of them.
Semis. Oh, I'm Sasu here with Zari. We are back. Listen, I am
Yes.
so sorry for all of you who have to listen to us giggle. We're just really excited to be back on the mic together, reunited. But it is all about Team Caterpillar, whose name is actually 3 caterpillar emojis. So we have to just put that into a sayable form.
Indeed,
Thank you.
indeed.
Against who we just saw in Air Riders.
Yes, can I just say, oh my goodness, we have other map modes, but we still have Hagglefish Market.
Looming
Every
over us.
single set we have seen today has been Hagglefish. Though, to be fair, we're seeing a little bit of change here. We're getting some zones. So we take those. We take variety where we can get it.
But speaking of variety, we have Tower Hammerhead Bridge. I think that is, which is very surprising. That is certainly not even a map mode I was aware was legal. So that is definitely going to be super cool to see, especially with our first seed. Super strong, but strong players, top players tend to not really like other modes. So
No.
we'll see if Air Riders is able to take this.
Yes, I will say the Caterpillar did pick this. This is 100% their fault. So important to note that going into it, and already that's 2 down on the side of Air Riders, but they did take down the bucket from Caterpillar at the same time. So yeah, this is not looking ideal for Air Riders at the moment, because there we go, easy through the first checkpoint, on their way to the second, and look at how far back Air Riders are. Oh,
Yeah,
except
we
for-
say that, they picked it, but I think it actually goes on what your personal list is. So definitely sometimes you have a team, and it says Team 1 picked this, but it's one guy on the team, and everyone is kind of looking at them like, why? Why is
Why
this on
did you
your
do
list?
this?
Yeah, but so far, Caterpillar doing a really good job, though, of managing this map mode. I think that Air Riders, most of what's coming out of them is just kind of Zuka shots, and I think that's able to get 2 members down. Besides the Zuka, we have hammers just being thrown, and yet another Zuka coming out to put the pressure on. Typically we don't consider Zuka to be a retake special, but I guess it is here.
To be fair, if your enemy's dead, does
You
make
can
the
retake the
objective
space.
easier. Getting to or capping an objective is easier when there is no opposition. So yeah, yet again, Air Rider back in this kind of not great position here. Crab on Tar, just making life so much more difficult for this Sniper Rider that's trying so hard on the side of Air Riders to just hold down the fort. But yeah, that's point of no return. Yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely a very difficult run here. You see all of this green. It just kind of felt like they had no tools to shut down this tower push, and quite frankly, I guess Caterpillar, not our top seeds for no reason. I feel like between Goss popping that crab on the tower and just being so oppressive, and just the aggressive positioning of the members of Caterpillar, it was just very difficult to shut down. Especially, you see Air Riders comp, they have that wiper, and they have people who perhaps want to skirmish and sneak up on you, and this is Hammerhead Bridge. There's nowhere to run and nowhere to hide.
Exactly. The second you try to flank, guess what? The Sniper Rider has clocked you, and he's currently charging up 5 shots that are aimed at your forehead. So, you gotta be careful. And we were talking about how they do have those Zukas, right, to help them out there, but they're just not really the best at taking space in that kind of more consistent way that you get with some of the other specials. So yet they just could not really stand their ground.
Yeah, but we are heading into Hagglefish zones, which I think is definitely more standard of a map mode. Both of these teams, any competitive team, should really have a plan of attack when it comes to a map mode like this. And much to Air Rider's delight, they now have more usable flanks that they can utilize. To see if they can take fights there, if they can take those off angles. But of course, Caterpillar, our first seeds, they are nothing to sneeze at. And as much as you have those flanks, that is assuming that you can get to them. Because if Caterpillar is oppressive enough, they may just be able to lock you out on a place like Hagglefish and make it so you just can't drop and you're getting spawn camped.
Yep. Yes, indeed. This is incredibly this is definitely one of those Splat Zones maps where you just can really easily get locked out if it just kind of goes the wrong way for you. So, and especially with that Stamper with the ability to kind of close that gap very easily, they have to be careful about that. But it does look like, again, we're in this kind of neutral phase. There's a little bit more of the pink on the board for Air Riders, but they're 2 down at the moment. It doesn't look like that's going to continue.
Yeah, you see, Caterpillar has this like ultra standard meta comp with this pencil, just a V slash, and a lot of the things that you really see. So there's not a lot of space for exploitation in terms of, taking advantage of the weaknesses of their comp, I would argue. Those strikes are going to come out, and Goss putting out this crab in a pretty difficult position. I think that right now Caterpillar is kind of moving to see if they can get this lockout, especially with Noah on this right. And with 2 members down, I'm just going to hope for them that they do not have members of Caterpillar taking their tent, because at that point, they are going to be hard-pressed to get back into mid.
Yeah, at the moment they were able to make this work, find their way back out of it again. They're trying to make make the hammer work for them, but it was not enough. We look at that timer. It's down to single digits here. They need to take this back, but with their players just going down, that's not what they needed.
Yeah, that's just so unfortunate. I think once again, we're running into this issue. Perhaps, like I told you that Caterpillar is running a very standard meta comp. I think when you think of what a top level team might just run if they're just going pure meta, I think that's what you're looking at. Maybe a V-Stamp, perhaps a decav in its place, but certainly strikes for that V-Slash. Absolutely a short range shooter like Splash with that crab, and of course Pencil rounding that out. But you do have exploitations for Air Riders. They're running that double Zuka. Zuka's not so predictable. It's not great on retake, and I think that is making it all the harder for them to really, get to zone and execute
or even
a hold.
Stall it. Yeah, even just stall zone. Like if they had a special there where they could just even like a reef slider, right? Not not the most helpful for keeping a zone, but it can at least put penalty points on the board, which gives you more time to kind of find your way into a stable position. But they just didn't have that. They had their specials for kind of getting some kills, but not consistently. But
so as much as I was talking about that meta, we have some changes off to the crab Stamper, as well as that new Kraken shot. So we're going to be seeing a Kraken, which of course is really strong for pushes as well as shutting down pushes. And a crab, which is not necessarily my choice for a place like Humpback, Hump Track, but I'm certainly not the person to make criticisms on that. But you see already Caterpillar snatches that Rainmaker and gets practically a free check. So we'll see just how far they're able to push this.
Indeed. Blob able to take them out there, but everyone's dropped behind them. And gets punished for it. That will mean that they get like a free, like, oh my goodness, how far are they going to be able to take this? Yep, the whole way to the pedestal.
Oh.
And that's it. What? Okay.
Wow.
Um,
That what a quick game. I think Caterpillar just really knowing what they were doing and how to go about it, and I think at the end they were able to just sneak out those extra points. Perhaps Air Riders not quite thinking that they were going to bother. I think that shot going down really spelt death for them, and I think the wiper in the corner not quite, unfortunately, being in the proper position all the way in that corner just made it so that they couldn't get in there and get the Rainmaker down fast enough. So that is a 100-0 push for Caterpillar. They're not our first seeds for no reason.
Indeed. And also I would like to mention, because I feel like I must, like legally I must, that they did that within a minute, right? Under a minute, which in some circles, cough cough, some of my friends, call that a pizza time. Right, because you don't want your pizza to be lukewarm. That's when it's still fresh. Doesn't even take them a minute to finish that game and be done with the set there. So yeah, very, very well played by Caterpillar there. They are showing why they're top seed. They're showing why they're going to the finals. And yeah, fair play to both teams though. Air Rider tried, but Caterpillar just had the answer to everything that they did try.
Yeah, it feels like even just difficult to analyze because of just how unfortunate and quick that is. And I think that sometimes they're playing on humpback, and it just feels as though sometimes the other team just slips through your fingers because you see them making a beeline while you're spawning in. So you're just kind of watching them and throwing everything at the wall, and it just seems as though the Rainmaker just won't go down. And then, they've got checks, so I definitely know what that feels like to just kind of be throwing everything at them. And you see the Rainmaker carrier did die at the end, but not before being able to slam dunk that Rainmaker down. So
yes,
yep.
Indeed.
It is what it is, I suppose.
It do be like that. Truly it do. But with that being said, I do believe we are coming to the end of our block. We're going to be handing over to Pat and Hat, I do believe.
Affectionately called Fat.
Yes, the Fat duo. They named themselves. Okay. But yes, so you've got hella commentators coming up next. But before we hand over to them, and I do believe the other oh no, that had just ended. The other semis have just ended. Well, before we do that, Sasu, where can the good people find you?
Anyone for whatever reason after this wants to see what I'm doing. Of course, you can find me at Sasu in your pants, basically on all social media. SASUIN, the letters UR, pants, and I will also be commentating the first block of SOS tonight. So if you're jonesing for more Splatoon, maybe you're not in the EU or you're going to be in the EU and up really late, then you can catch that, and I will be on the mic for that as well. But Zari, you have been off for so long. I'm sure that people are like, where is Zari? How can I follow her if I can? So time to plug your socials.
I will just say just before that you are just booked and busy. Oh my goodness. So much Splatoon to be talking about. No time. Got so much to do. But yes, you can find
day to hate me. It really is.
Yes, you'll just keep showing up. Anyway, you can find me at SPL Zarity on Twitter, Zarity on Blue Sky, and Zarity on Twitch, though I have not been live in a little bit. I'm hoping to get back into streaming soon. But yes, as always, Sasu, that was so much fun. Really appreciate commentating with you.
Yeah, and I hope all of you watching will stay tuned for Paddling Pool Triple Threes. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
and welcome back to Battling Pool 333, a monumental number of weekly Splatoon tournaments been going on for years and years and years, with only about 3 weeks of downtime, and we are about to watch the set Caterpillar versus EZMD. But before we go and watch that set, we have a new to the casters. My name is Ed, and I am joined by the lovely Incurie. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing really well. It's been quite some time since I have commentated Paddling Pool, so I'm enjoying coming back to the mic. So yeah, how are you
Doing great. It's lovely weather now, and hopefully it stays. It's not as hot anymore, and I'm super excited to watch more Battling Pool. I was here on the mic last week too, and for In the Zone on Dapple as well, but now I'm back at my favorite tournament so far. Caterpillar versus EZMD. Gonna start it off on Splatzone's Robo Rom, and now Incurie. I believe you did host some Splatoon stuff in the past in sort of tournaments. What's your opinion on this map mode combination? Because as of lately, it's been very, very popular in the Splatoon scene.
I mean, I'm a backliner, so I gotta love this map. But it's pretty strange because you are also in a lot of dangers as a backliner. Like, you can get flanked so many times so easily, so you have to watch out this, and you need to like put your mates in position to watch out for those flanks. So that's gonna be the job of Devin and I believe Noah. Yep, on each side. So they are the backliners. We have Pencil and Liter on one side. Double sword, double bucket, and double zap, which has been double cooler for Caterpillar.
I love the composition of these teams, but I especially love that E-Leader indeed. It's been a hot minute since I've seen a player playing E-Leader here on Battling Pool, and I'm hoping to make the best of it. We see an early Technicooler coming out for EZMD, trying to get that zone in their control and start pushing for points. Neither team has pushed for points yet, and it's Caterpillar who gets the first zone cap, but loses 2 players right after they capture that zone. That's not how you want to defend this, as EZMD is now pushing forward and takes the zone.
Yeah, it takes the zone, but not for long, I believe, because Caterpillar is fighting back. They are losing 2 players right now. Nice kill by Devin on Noah, the opposing charger, and that's going to be, again, zone in purple for EZMD, but losing it to Caterpillar. It's really back and forth for the moment.
Yeah, both teams are fighting for that zone indeed. They're losing players left and right, splatting each other over and over and over again, but neither team making a lot of progress. 90 against 76 to score. We do see that Caterpillar takes that zone and is pushing for points once again. They're going past the 80 mark into the 70 and get that lead. EZMD is waiting and charging specials for a response, but it doesn't look like they have an answer to what Caterpillar is throwing at them right now.
I mean, right now, Caterpillar just played very well. They have a strong position on the zone, and they have the ability to take the fight off of it because of that Zipcaster. However, once the Zipcaster is not here to do kind of a distraction, it's so much easier for the EZMD to focus on the zone and take it back, and made it look so easy, but Caterpillar is fighting back. We have the zone going one side to the other, one color to the other. Raiki on that left side trying to take the kill, maybe on Devin 4K, just sharking a bit, waiting on that side. The Booyah Bomb is out. The kill is taken on Silver. Wow.
Very, very good splats indeed. Caterpillar working that penalty away slowly. We saw EZMD throw a Technicooler, but I think it's going to be much help with how deep Caterpillar is pushing right now. That penalty is only a couple ticks from being over, and there it is. They're starting to push for points again. We see the wave here coming out from the 4K, looking at some players trying to mark the opposing team. They get the zone, but can they keep control is the real question. They don't have a lot of penalty, so the penalty should be over about in a second, but Caterpillar does not want that to happen with a very, very quick zone neutralization.
Yep, and EZMD are kind of on the wrong foot right now. They are losing so much players, and they had some cooler, but apparently not a lot of players got it. Oh, Devin with a nice kill, but getting punished by Soldier, and that's a wipe out. So yeah, the penalty is going to be over for Caterpillar, and now they are going down into maybe the KO. They don't have a lot of points to the KO right now.
That KO would be sweet for an opener, especially in the winners finals. Another wipeout on the side of AZMD. That KO looks more realistic as we speak. Only 10 ticks left and AZMD is responding. They have a half a sliver of a chance to get us so neutral. With that Stamper getting an instant splat, there is no way they're going to even touch this zone. Caterpillar with a beautiful KO opens the winners finals.
Beautiful KO and beautiful control by EZMD. They honestly played very, very well and took advantage of that double cooler comp because they didn't have a single downtime, I think, for the whole game. It was crazy how fast they were able to pivot on the mid. Even if they died like -2, -3, it was still, again, one player and the others were back in fight in 5 seconds at most.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Caterpillar was very, very good at keeping at least someone alive, or at least always going back into mid. I also liked how quick they were on refragging and just playing a little bit patiently. I liked to play a bit slower than EZMD was trying to do. And that, of course, like you said, helped them always keep a player alive and always have someone to jump to or get back to. Two beautiful wipeouts as well. One at the very end, which is very hard to come back from, especially if there's only about 28 ticks left when the second you respawn. That is game over. So EZMD has some work cut out for them, but they didn't make the finals for no reason. They're also a very good team. And maybe the next game mode will suit them a little bit better, which is tower control on Macromart. We all, of course, Macromart, a beautiful, beautiful Splatoon map. And honestly, it's in my top 3 ever Splatoon maps, which some people, I have been told, do not agree with me that it's not a top 3 map. I don't know why.
I mean, Blasters and Bucket are such a hassle for me on that map. I can't stand fighting one. But yeah, I can completely understand, like, the layout is very, very interesting. It enables a lot of different playstyles. But yeah, you have to keep in mind that someone's gonna be just below your ledge. And if that's the case, you have to get them off immediately.
Yeah, but I think that also creates the interesting dynamic of this map, because in other Splatoon maps you don't have to be aware of your surroundings as much as in Macromart, because like you said, there's always someone that can be below or in fact above you, but it also allows so many different approaches to problems, because you have flanking routes on both sides, beautifully laid out with a bunch of cover, but also very cool push routes to the opposing team spawn, which definitely help amp up that fight a ton. Talking about amping up a fight, the next one is about to get started. 3 players down on the side of Caterpillar, 3-ish players with a respawns down on the side of EZMD. EZMD does take that tower for themselves and start pushing for some points. Looking at the first checkpoint, they need to get rid of that thing ASAP, and how fast Caterpillar was playing last game and how strong they were on the defenses. They don't want to get stuck at that point, but it looks like the tower is being set back to the middle as EZMD does not find a way to get to that first checkpoint.
Yeah, first checkpoint is not there, but I mean, they are coming back to push right now. I mean, Caterpillar are pushing, but oh, Devin with a nice kill on Noah, that's a -2. And players are fighting to just survive right now for Caterpillar. Bucket is going to make a quick work out of that tower, dying in the process, but that's not such a problem because Silver and Kiki are on that tower pushing. And yeah, right now just steamroll for EZMD. They have an easy pass to that first checkpoint. Be careful on that right side because we have the Bucket menacing the plat. So far, so good.
Very good opener for EZMD indeed. They have 3 players down now, only 4k. The E-Leader is alive. They're slowly heading back towards their base, but still in a very aggressive position, looking at that left bunker, trying to see if they can snipe anyone off, but unfortunately that does not seem to be the case. Another player for EZMD goes down as we see Caterpillar going for that checkpoint and taking the checkpoint, taking the lead while they are at it. That push looks stronger than EZMD's initial push. They have to act quickly and stop that tower, because if it goes on like this, the second checkpoint might also be for grabs. 2 players down on the side of Caterpillar though. They are just about to hit that checkpoint, but do not quite make it there. But a very, very good push from Caterpillar.
That's nice, that's nice. Almost getting to the second to that checkpoint. Is great work, but I mean, it's not that far for EZMD because both teams have the first checkpoint, so basically just riding that tower and having no downtime. For the moment, it's pretty much neutral position. EasyMD are kind of not in a great position, losing some players but taking some space anyway. Trying to drop. Silver's getting punished by that Bucket. Bucket taking a second kill. Bucket from EasyMD is not in a good spot on that top right. The Booyah is going to help that push a bit on the left side. But yes, so far Caterpillar just holding strong. Oh, never mind.
The same
Curse.
strategy. I think they're doing the same thing as they were trying last game and just playing a little bit slowly, especially with 2 players down. But they want to maintain that map control. That's more important right now. Even if you have 2 players lost, if you can keep control of the map, you can very force the opposing team to not push the tower because they have to take the map first. We see that IZMD is making work of the map, and the players though, they're trying to get themselves positioned on the tower to get another big push going. The tower is in a neutral position though. It does not look like EZMD finds the players to get on it. Big splats coming from the side of Caterpillar. That pencil on the tower now crazy strong. Gets splatted by, I believe that was the Bucket 4K on the E-Leader, looking over the middle of the map, looking for their next target here in Korea. As we see a lot of stuff going from both teams, left and right, but neither team seems to be pushing right now.
Yeah, it's very hard to push right now because even though you take like 1 or 2 kills, you can't push because teams are just walling each other's with specials, with bombs, with their main weapon in itself. It's very hard to actually find an opening. Tri-strikes plus Booyah Bomb are going to enable EasyMD to get under that plat. Be careful, the defense is already there for Caterpillar, but the splitting and EasyMD are getting to the second checkpoint, getting the lead, and with only 30 seconds left, that's a very, very important lead. Caterpillar are still in position to fight back though. Like, we got to -3, and again, they just have to start the checkpoint in order to take the lead.
They have time indeed, 18 seconds, but overtime push is going to be mandatory unless they act very, very quickly. It is still possible to about reach that checkpoint within the time limit of the game. It's going to be tough if EZMD has 1 giant special on the tower. It will be over. Booyah Bomb goes out, but will it be enough? We see everything going out. Tri-strikes from both teams, and the tri-strikes will finish it off for EZMD, who takes a beautiful late game captures or late game lead and takes game number 2. Well, Splat Zones might not be their gig. It is tower control where they are excelling in a beautiful, beautiful victory. And I gotta be honest, I did not expect that late game lead change. I did not expect it at all.
Indeed, it was unexpected, but I mean, you gotta take it. EasyMD taking game number 2, and we are going to something completely different, because tower control, it's a set speed for the objective, and we were on a pretty close range map because you had a lot of blocks, etc., to move around. Now we are going to Rainmaker Scorch Gorge, so you set the speed of the objective yourself because you're mastering it, and at the same time the map is completely open, like wide open for charges, for ranged weapons. Zuka is really good on here, and it's even harder to actually make a dent in the defense because it's so easy for them to regroup in a certain area.
I think that's also the fun of Rainmaker, right? The fact that you can really control the objective yourself and really make your own path, especially on maps like Scorch Gorge, which does offer you multiple options. Also, one of the more interesting Splatoon 3 maps like Robo Ramen, where it does actually get some unique shapes in, and like the use of Tetris shape we see in most Splatoon 3 maps. But the defenses of both teams, especially the defense of Caterpillar, is crazy strong. So I'm very wondering how EasyMD is going to fight off this challenge. Caterpillar, however, lost late game last time, so they definitely have some breaches in the late game. So these teams are going to be offering us an interesting fight. But do you think any weapon changes on either side of the team? Because I'm pretty sure with how the things are going, I don't really see a reason to switch weapons. Maybe 4K off the E-Leader to be a bit more mobile.
That sounds unlikely to have any weapon change. I mean, both teams have some pretty established comps, and these are standard compositions. You're just like trading a pencil for a liter, so at this point. Yep. No, oh, never mind. We're seeing a V shot. No, not a V shot. I don't know the name of that shooter, but it's
I
the
think
one
it's
with the
stickers,
Kraken
Spanish shot stickers, right?
replacing the Zap.
I like the Spanish shot, but I also like the custom E-Leader indeed. That's also a weapon you don't see every single day in Splatoon. Well, of course, you never see E-Leader, but let alone the custom E-Leader really brings me back to the Splatoon 1 days, back when I also used to play a lot of E-Leader. So hopefully 4K can give me an honorable memory as we see both teams fighting for the midpoint. Both teams losing a player early on, but they're all respawning and ready to go. Ready to run again. Tri-strikes from EasyD in the middle of the map, trying to get some stuff done. Rainmaker picked up by Caterpillar though, but does not make it far.
Ooh, nice fight by Noah! Winning the duo at close range against a bucket is no easy task for a pencil player, but got it. And for the moment, Caterpillar, oh, never mind, they're not in a great position because only the shooter is left.
Yeah, I don't think either teams are really in a big fighting position right now. We see EasyD taking the checkpoint. Taking the Rainmaker towards the checkpoint, but does not actually take the checkpoint. They're very close to getting a checkpoint though, so if they can keep this push going, the checkpoint might be in the bag. It's 3v3 right now. Players are slowly respawning, but they have to get the Rainmaker in position. EasyD has a player less on the map, so the push is very unlikely, as Caterpillar is now doing everything to defend it, get it back towards the middle, and there it is, the Rainmaker reset. Caterpillar now preparing for a push of their own. I hear a Kraken coming out. It is from Caterpillar trying to make a path for them Rainmaker to push, but a quick snack from EZMD will allow that Rainmaker to be stationary in the middle of the map.
EZMD are so strong at just holding the mid. They don't let anyone go through, like the middle block. So Caterpillar just can't push for the moment.
Look at the Kraken, unfortunately does not get a single split in. It tries to get some players down, but it didn't look like it happened. 3 players down on the side of Caterpillar though. That's not great. EasyD sees the opportunity, goes forward, the Rainmaker very, very fast. Can they make it to the checkpoint though? They can. They broke through the checkpoint. 68, the score to beat. But they're not done. They want to continue pushing. And with 2 players down, it's going to be a little tough. They're trying to get the map control in their hands again, because Caterpillar, whilst they've been splitting players, they've also been painting a lot of map. Can they maintain the control though over Caterpillar? Push forward. Kraken on the side of Caterpillar. Hits once, but does not really connect to anyone. Finally gets the split and is now on the checkpoint for Caterpillar, but it's not the position they want to be in right now. That checkpoint's still in the middle of the map, and they need to help their teammate push forward, but unfortunately the Spanish shot just got splatted in a very unfortunate position for Caterpillar. Still control the Rainmaker, and with the Tacticuda online, another Kraken is out on the field, but this time it's for EZMD trying to get rid of the Rainmaker. The Rainmaker being forced in a very awkward position, and they lost it. Caterpillar did not find the pedestal, unfortunately, and now in Curry, EZMD is on a big defensive run here.
I mean, they have to be, because it's hard to push on this one. As I said just before the game, it's hard to find an opening, and even more when the team you are trying to find an opening on is as defensive as EZMD. So yeah, for the moment they are making a great job at holding Caterpillar off. Yeah, again, watch the strike. As soon as the pop is taken, strike out there to split the team apart. Sword is running on, taking the kill on Sulja, maybe a second one, but I mean that's a -2 in the end. So not a single option for Caterpillar to push right now. They just can't find anything.
EZMD really saw the first game and said, okay, let's not make that happen again, because they upped their defense to the next level. But like you said earlier in Curry, it is tough to break defenses here, because you can get an iron tight grip, and that's exactly what EZMD is doing right now. They're holding on tight, they're holding on strong, they do not want the Rainmaker any further. They still have the lead, but it's only 68 getting on the pedestal. Well, not quite enough. It's basically switching that lead. Caterpillar now in control of the Rainmaker. 2 players down on the side of EZMD. It does not look good, but can they get to the platform? That's the real question. Kraken about to hit that checkpoint, and it is a huge Kraken for EZNMD. It might just be enough to get rid of the Rainmaker, but no! The Rainmaker survives and breaks through the checkpoint. Overtime push now at the ready. They have to push it forward. It is so close that the Kraken picks up and takes the lead in overtime. It is Caterpillar who takes it by a single point. Beautiful match and
Kraken was
only
there. As soon as the
33
Kraken was
against
there for
32.
Caterpillar after the EZMD's Kraken, it was pretty much over because the Kraken can pick the pop very efficiently and just safely take the Rainmaker. It was just a matter of 1 point. So if you take the Rainmaker, you get that 1 point, get the lead. So yeah, very well done by Caterpillar. That's an amazing end game push. Like
I mean, also only
I
had 2
didn't
players
know
there.
they
Let's
could
not
make it
forget
back.
that. I mean, only had 2 players there too. That's more impressive
Yeah.
as well. They really waited for that Kraken. The beautiful, beautiful display of Splatoon specials. And this is why I always tell people to never give up, because even in the last second, you can still change things around here. And I don't think EZMD, who was otherwise very strong this game, honestly stronger than Caterpillar, I don't know what they would felt like, but that is such a devastating loss, and it hurts a ton. And for Caterpillar, it's even better because they just put themselves in match point status and they can already look at that grand finals spot, not having to fight their way through the losers bracket, but they still have to prove themselves one more time potentially in this set, and it will be Klamlitz on Museum del Foncino. Another one of my top 3 maps in Splatoon 3.
I mean, I can understand this map is very, very cool, and it's again one of those maps where it's kind of hard to say like what's really working on this map. I feel like pretty much everything can work because you, of course, having some rage isn't bad because mid is very open. At the same time, you have some weapons like rollers, like buckets, blasters, and swords who have that very, very strong point in your bottom left, where they can just hold the plats and just deny anyone from dropping because they're just taking the kill so easily. You have some obvious flanks, bot right, bot left, depending on which side you're on. So yeah, let's see how it goes.
Very beautiful indeed. I just love this map. I love all the elevation that it brings. And 2 beautiful already shots from
what are
4K!
you
We
doing?
just saw this over the map. 3 players down already on the side of Caterpillar. My oh my! EZMD took that last game personally because within 20 seconds the basket has been opened and clamps are going in already to 53 early on. A beautiful, beautiful opening from EZMD. The wipeout is here finally, but they took that last one so personal. They pulled off that in Curé. That was insane.
That was amazing. And 53, I mean, the push in itself was very, very quick. It's so efficient. Like, 47 points is pretty impressive for the start of the game. But I mean, Caterpillar have all the time they want to push back. They already have, 57 points left. So they can push back, Noah is playing it safe by staying on the mid. Just one nice first push, and they can fight back anytime.
Both teams had a great opening push indeed, but EZMD does come out of this a little bit better with a lead, and they have a little bit of a buffer because 21 points of penalty for Caterpillar, meaning they put in another power clamp. They still have to fight through that penalty, so points are not directly scored if that basket is opened. But how quick these teams are with follow-ups, I don't think that penalty is going to do a whole lot. It is only 23 points of penalty for EZMD as well, because they did score more points. We'll see Caterpillar pushing again. The penny clamp has been picked up, I believe, an accident for EZMD. They don't want this right now, even if 4K the sniper can hold on to it. It's still not nice, because you are having your position revealed at all times, as long as you're holding it. Slosher fighting against the pencil. The pencil somehow survives because of the pillar. Some protection. 2 players down on the side of EZMD though. This is what Caterpillar wanted. Not a push, but a tri-strike from the Slosher. does say no. They have to get the power coming one way or another. Big jump coming in. Are they close enough? No, they're not. A pillow was in the way. Very unfortunate for Caterpillar. Ethan Leaf does find a way to defend against this. The Special Medic still in, but I don't think they are going to do a whole lot. And the push is about as dead as the Dodos are right now.
What triggers me a bit is that ECMD made a push in 20 seconds, and like it's been 2 minutes since they're just defending as hard as they can because Caterpillar can't stop pushing them.
That kind of triggers me too, yeah. They had such a beautiful opening and now it's just defense after defense after defense. Caterpillar honestly took that push personal and just start fighting with this right now. And I think it's understandable.
Yeah, I mean Caterpillar have the upper hand for the moment because just don't leave that side of the map. Devin is forced to back off against those strike. And we have a -2 by Caterpillar. But no, again, staying in the back, staying on the mid. Oh, the jump is there, so maybe now it's going. No, it's not caught. It's not caught, so it's another push opportunity. The lead is there. Sorry for Caterpillar, and still in position. Like they're still in position to at least put some pressure.
They're actually putting a lot of clams in after that lead too. I believe that's 37 right now, or 34 even. Beautiful score to set themselves up for a lead. And about a minute left, and we see how much ECMD has been pushing after the first one, which is basically none. Commentator's curse, hopefully coming in from 4K as I say that. It is the freaking E-leader throwing the power clam in. But the follow-up is more important than the opening right now with 3 players down. There is no follow-up to be had, only 4K is alive. They started and ended that push themselves. I don't know why you would send your E-leader in a push like that, but they did it anyway. They did not care, they lowered the penalty a little bit, but...
Devin is solo!
Are they still in? They're still in!
Devin
What are they doing?
Inside ECMD spawn! Like, what?
I feel like an E-leader saw what their team is doing. He's like, nah, I'm gonna be the front liner now. If someone's gonna push in, it's gonna be me. And I don't know how, but it seemed to be working a little bit. Booyah Bomb coming out, 2 players down on the side of Ethan Dino. Unfortunately, again, they have to make something happen with a push from Caterpillar. That's not gonna happen anymore. They're going
they only
for the
need
KO.
3 clams in right now. And that's very not a lot. And yeah, that's going to be end for this set. Caterpillar with pretty dominant 3-1, even though like all games were kind of close in some way.
I don't know what happened to that mentality from EZMD. They had such a beautiful opening push, but after that they just lost it. I don't know what happened there. I would love to know what was going on in that
Caterpillar was
team.
just constantly on them, like constantly aggressing. It was just a display of aggressiveness and offensive play on the side of Caterpillar this game. Like, they just didn't let go of anything.
No, they had that first push, like I said earlier, and then they just attacked and attacked and attacked. They did not want to let go, indeed. But I think EZMD honestly played this a little poorly. I'm gonna be honest there. They just the teamwork felt off too, and you know the fact that you have an E-leader flank, which yeah, of course you don't expect an E-leader to flank. That's also the last weapon you want to send out to flank, I think. So maybe there was some miscommunication. Maybe they were frustrated how the other games went. We cannot be sure, of course. That last loss was also very devastating in overtime to a Kraken in Rainmaker. So maybe there was a bit of frustration. I don't know what exactly happened in the voice chat. What we do know is that Caterpillar fights their way up to the grand finals, and we're about to watch the losers bracket, but we're going to take a small break first to get everything up to speed there. So grab yourself a snack, grab yourself a drink, because we will be right back with more Peddling Pool.
And welcome back to Paddling Pool 333 right into, team of Splatoon 3. And we are here with Caster Hat on our new set. I believe this is the loser semis with Frutella against Air Riders. And some pretty cool sets to be played here. We've seen Caterpillar against EasyMD. And now, down to loser side, and we're starting off very, very strong with Clamblitz on Ingbot Art Academy.
I like this as an opener. I really do. I think it's a great sense of getting to know your opponents, but also it already shows, at least for us as casters, and of course for everyone watching on stream at home, it also shows teamwork directly because Clamblitz is of course the most teamwork heavy game mode we've ever seen in Splatoon. So I'm hoping that these teams are going to figure out. Of course, we see some of these teams like Frutella multiple times in Paddling Pool. We are familiar with them and we know what they can do. So let's see if they can show their strength already. Love to see that heavy from Crowny, and of course content with that S Blaster. Always plays some unique weapons. Garbroder and Vanilla Splat Viper coming in from the side of Air Raiders. So both teams running some special weapons. 2 players down early for Frutella though, as Air Raiders is making headways into the opposing team spawn. They have 14 clams already. They can make a power clam if they want to. Clams are being thrown to the Carbon Roller, but can they get enough clams in? We see a Tacticooler out on the field also, as they are preparing to push forward, but they lost a player. They lost a lot of clams because of that. So I don't think making a power clam right now is really in the options, as all the players from Frutella has been respawned in QA and are ready to start a counter push.
That was a lost opportunity there for Air Riders because they had such a strong start. I mean, they won't even lose it for the moment. Back to neutral position, but they still have control over the mid. Fiesta with a nice kill on Proto on that left side, helped with, I believe this is the bucket. And for the moment is Frutella in position to maybe menacing. Never mind, -2 caster cursed. And it's back to the offense for Air Riders, taking some kills. No, getting punished for it because of that Zuka.
Huge Zuka coming in from Air Riders, but with that Zuka, can they get a power clam in with 3 players down? It definitely looks like they can. The power clam has connected, more clams are on the way. Second power clam goes into the basket. Huge early points coming in from Air Raiders, but they're not done yet. Multiple clams go into 2 players still down for Frutella, as Air Riders is making a huge push. A wipeout now on the side of Air Raiders, so this push is gone and over, but 57 is a huge opening score. 2 power clams and a single normal clam for Air Riders. That's how you want your first push to go. That's how you want to set your first lead. Make everything of the first push without a penalty. But Air Raiders are now looking to push again. Frutella had some power clams in the map, but they just cannot find the players to push with them. Very, very good playing from Air Riders as they are about to start another push.
And another one. Yeah, Air Riders are just outspeeding Frutella. Like, I feel like that's the way it is. Air Riders are playing so fast, Frutella just can't keep up rhythm.
Me neither. Me definitely neither. They're just going everywhere left and right. The push finally stopped the 34 in Curé. And the opposing team Frutella still has to start pushing.
Yeah, I mean, and 3 minutes are in right now. Only 2 minutes left. That's a -2 on this side. -3 for Frutella. Nice kill. Losing against some players. Crowny is the only squid standing right now. Going pretty quickly by the blaster, by the bucket. But yeah, they definitely need to build that push. But be careful because Air Riders are trying to shark, are trying to flank, and just slow down everything that's happening for Frutella.
Frutella finally opened the basket too. They're starting to pour clams into the basket, but can they find enough clams? 2 players are down, and it doesn't look like anyone is nearby. They have a pity clam that's already, but there's no way to deliver that pity clam towards the basket. That's so unfortunate because that would have been big points, and that's something they desperately need right now. They have about 1 minute and 20 seconds left to start getting some more points on the map. But 71 against 34. That's a tough one, especially when if Air Riders is starting to push again. They have a Power Climb at the ready. Can they get it in the basket? No, a hammer is denied. 3 players go down, 2. It's only a special shot alive. They have the Power Climb. I don't think with a 1 player you're going to make much of that push anyway. So they're forced to head back into their base. Defense from the Power Climb that Frutella has in their hands right now.
That's gonna be kind of hard for Frutella because Zuka is out, taking 1 kill on Air Riders. I mean, it wasn't Zuka, but it's still 1 opening. But the Carbon is again there, shocking on mid and stopping everything going through them. That's a very nice defense by Air Riders, and look at how easy they're back on mid, back in offensive position. Like, they can push right now if they find an opening.
I don't expect it from Frutella. Usually they're a very strong team, even got some higher positions than this early in the losers bracket. So I don't know what is happening with them today, but it does not look good. 3 players down in the last couple seconds. They have to get a Power Climb. They have to get a Power Climb with a push coming in from Air Riders indeed. Very good catch there in Curé, as there's nothing that Frutella can do. But oh, overtime kicks in. I thought it would not be, but overtime does kick in. They have 1 more chance to get the Power Climb in. Fiesta holds to the Power Climb. Crowny goes behind them, but one of them gets splattered. That's a Power Climb gone. That's only Crowny on the map with a Power Climb, who throws it forward, but cannot get it in. A wipeout at the end to secure that victory. Such a strong game from Air Raiders. Frutella doing everything they can until the very last second to start pushing, but unfortunately did not find the manpower nor the points to win. And it is Air Raiders, or Air Riders, who takes game 1. A very unexpected game 1, might I add. I don't think a lot of people expected Air Raiders to win against Frutella, so this is kind of shocking to me.
I mean, I'm repeating myself, but they're just faster. They're moving very fast, and the comp is built around this. They have Carbon, they have Wipers that just have a lot of mobility and just need to go in order to be effective, while the Wiper can still kind of play the range. Not as good as a Stamper, but still. And you have Pencil, V-Shot to just be at the back. I'm quoting it because, like, it's not really at the back, it's still most midline. But yeah, getting the turf ready, getting some specials with Cooler, with Zuka to find the openings easier. Just faster comp overall, and Frutella had a lot of trouble fighting this.
I think so too, yeah. They usually fight maybe some slower comps. I don't think it's the first rodeo they're fighting against the faster comp, so even if Air Riders is the faster comp, they also definitely made the most of that as well in terms of teamwork, and it really showed the way they were placing clams around also often. They were able to push in and make a power clam on the spot and then throw it in instead of Frutella, who's making a power clam first and then pushing in. It's a bit more traditional what Frutella does, but what Air Rider is doing is way stronger. So I'm hoping that will translate into our next match as well. Splat zones on Flounder Heights, one of the few zones where you have to push onto the high ground, which of course, as fun as this map is, I think it's sometimes a bit stupid that you have to push like that. But of course there are still opportunities for the opposing team to push that zone if they are not on control. But to these small zones with the speed that Air Riders have been fighting at, Frutella might be in more trouble here.
No trouble, I don't know. They still have a comp with S-Blast plus Pocket, 2 of the best weapons on that map. They aren't lacking any way of capping the zone. And they still have a strong comp for like holding their ground, which is the most important thing probably in Splat Zone. As long as you're holding your ground and applying pressure to the opposing team, and good to go.
Yeah, I think they still have definitely a chance with those 2 weapons in the comp. As long as they kept them in, though, I don't see them changing very quickly. Let's see if that is the case. We see the same comp coming out from Air Riders, except for now a 52 Gal or 52 Deco. But we see the same comp also coming out from Frutella, except that NZAP. Oh, sorry, except the Plus Dramatic. That was not there before. I think this was a splatter shot I believe, or something with the Zuka. So let's see if that Splattersmatic will make a difference. Crabtank, of course, a very strong special on this map. 2 players down early for Air Riders. Beautiful opening for Frutella if they can keep these zones for longer. But the fact that they got the opening push and now can set up their defense is huge, especially with a Crabtank at the ready.
Yeah, Crabtank is going to be very, very good. And yep, it's there by Fiesta menacing the pencil. There's -2, -3. Pencil is the last quit standing and almost dead. That's a very nice push for Frutella, and that's going to be where it all begins, because Air Rider needed to come back. That's very hard to do on Flutter Height. If you're pushing up, you can get in a lot of trouble because you don't have the upper hand.
But I think Frutella is going to be a little trouble is how defensive they're playing right now. And that defense is also translated into offense because they are spreading players left and right from Air Riders. And they don't seem to have any response to it. They're already at 15 points of zone and going past further and further. This might just be a 100-0 KO. Very unlike what we saw last game. Zonas are neutralized for Air Riders, but not for long. As Frutella just says no. And straight up 100-0 this map, from losing badly to absolute dominance. This is what I think of Frutella.
I hate myself for saying that, but told ya.
Yeah, no, you did. You did. You definitely did. You definitely did. I thought the speed might get them in trouble. But no, the weapon competition was definitely stronger. But I think not only that, their team play here was so much stronger too. They pushed in together
was
beautifully. Their opening was actually crazy. I think there was not a whole lot of replay here because this was just so quickly. But even after they had that zone capture, the initial one, they were so aggressive on the defense that Air Riders couldn't even get out of the little spawn area where you initially dropped down. That's how fast this team was playing now. They are not messing around. And I don't think there's a whole lot more we can talk about of this match because it just went over in like a minute. So I want to shift the focus towards the final match of this set, Rainmaker on Undertow Spillway, which of course with the two sides can show some interesting matchups. We see the weapons that these teams are playing already, and I don't think a whole lot of changes are necessary because these comps just works on these maps, on this map specifically. So I'm wondering if Air Riders are going to use the speed on the Rainmaker, or Frutella just gonna find their newfound team play on the Rainmaker too, because both teams are now in for a very fast push because we see what these teams can do.
Yeah. By the way, I might be very, very late because I haven't been there for quite some time. But isn't like the Rainmaker tiebreaker map supposed to be humpback for paddling pools? Have I missed something?
Gotta be honest, I don't actually know. I think it's been this for a little bit now, and even if humpback, I think with the humpback layout, I think this one is way more interesting. It definitely offers more dynamic with some more risks. So, as Pat put it in chat, we changed the tiebreaker map a month or 2 months ago. You know what? I like changing it up sometimes.
Sorry, guys, I'm completely late.
No, don't worry. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't even know there was a set tiebreaker map. I haven't read the paddling pool rules, and I don't know how long. Even if I'm casting for years and years and years, I go with the flow and I go which maps are being shown on my screen because it's way more fun this way. Both teams are fighting on the midpoint for that Rainmaker pop. Air Riders has a bigger chance now, but Frutella says no and wants that blue ball of paint for themselves. Two players down on the side of Air Riders. That's what Frutella needed. And they're going to push it straight to the left. No one there to defend. That's almost guaranteed a capture on that pedestal. We see something going in with a hammer, but I don't think it's going to be there in time. As a beautiful checkpoint coming in from Frutella very early on in this game.
Yeah, careful of the flank. The cabin is there to stop it, but no getting punished. I believe it was the heavy-headed who took the kill on the Rainmaker, but still 44 points left and still counting. Like Frutella's in there with the crab, with the blaster, with the bucket, with everything they can throw at Air Riders.
Air Riders stop the Rainmaker in a little awkward spot. Frutella pushing it at 27 is huge for the early game because pushing after the checkpoint in this map can be absolutely notorious. We've seen it in so many games here. It's so hard to push after that checkpoint has been captured to get towards the KO pedestal. So beautiful spot for Frutella to push the Rainmaker leads to and set a goal for Air Raiders to beat. Of course, like I said, this is the match point already, so no team can make a mistake. Now we see Frutella getting a Rainmaker again. As Frutella getting a Rainmaker again, as Air Raiders does not have a chance at getting the Rainmaker right now.
I mean, the situation is completely reversed. This time it's Frutella outspeeding them and just playing so much faster. So yeah, they have control of whatever's going to happen on mid, because Air Riders are just locked onto their spawn and can't really move because they instantly caught by someone the moment they try to drop.
I don't think Air Riders have really an option to go in any way, because there's always someone from Frutella defending, even against the Hammer Fiesta. Straight up said, no, thank you very much, come again, and stretch the Hammer to pieces before it can even stamp on the ground. That's what you want to see from Patrickpool. That's how you defend against the Hammer, popping the Rainmaker, and then pushing forward. They're trying to get the Rainmaker into a better spot to extend their lead. With 3 players down on the Rainmaker being spotted, I don't think that's gonna happen. But Air Riders still struggling with the players alive on the map, still struggling with getting that Rainmaker in their hands as Frutella grabs it again in Curie. I don't know what's happening with Air Riders, but they cannot get any form of control in this match right now.
I mean, they kind of have an opportunity right now. Maybe, yep, the kill on the bucket is taken. Maybe a second one on the Blaster. No, Blaster is holding off, taking the kill on the Rainmaker. Cabin is still there though for Air Riders, but it is just making them lose so much time right now. They can't find an opening at all.
I think this Frutella is actually excelling at is creating scenarios for them where Air Riders cannot, of course, see openings, but cannot respond to whatever Frutella is throwing with them either, because Frutella has been pushing this Rainmaker towards that left point over and over and over again. Even if they may not be able to extend their lead, they're still another Rainmaker to an awkward spot. But as I say that lead has been extended further. 6 is now the score. That means 94 points scored by Frutella, and this basically means Air Riders just have to KO at this point to really get some form of lead swap in, because that Rainmaker is so far in now. It's devastating to watch. There's a minute left on the clock and Air Riders still not even having that checkpoint secured. It's not a great sign to be an Air Riders member right now. Of course, this is a loser's record, so if they lose it here, they are out of this tournament. No second chances. This is your second chance. 30 seconds left in Curie, and the Rainmaker is about to hit a pedestal from Air Riders, but I don't think it's going to make it there.
Yeah, Waper's dying. It was the last chance for Air Riders to push, and with 20 seconds left, I guess Frutella will play the clock. Where, yeah, Fiesta is on that right side at the bottom in probably the safest position. And even if they die, like Air, it's not a great position to push from. Oh, 2 seconds left.
Indeed.
Rainmaker is down.
Oh, they have overtime.
Only they have yet it. Wipe out, and that's going to be win. Frutella, Air Riders are out, and Frutella are going to semis.
Beautiful play by beautiful play by Frutella. Of course, like I said, going to the loser semis, and Air Raiders, even after a strong game, as the opening Clemblitz did not stand a chance after that anymore. I don't know what happened in the first game for Frutella. I think they may want to forget about it. Maybe it was the speed, maybe it was some miscommunication, maybe Air Riders had some lucky game. We will never know. What we do know is we have to say goodbye to Air Riders. This is Frutella from a long losers bracket streak already. In losers bracket round 4, they have entered it there. And after that, started shredding people left and right in the losers bracket. The first team that was causing them some trouble here also defeated. They're going to find their way into the loser semis against either Alroy, Drizzle, or Blanks. It's not been determined yet, but it is still a beautiful, beautiful run for Frutella, who are waiting for the next match and waiting to see who are also going to challenge EZMD, who are going to wait a little while. But before that happens, we are going to take a small little break to get our next set ready. So grab a snack, grab a drink, because we will be right back with more Battling Pool.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
And welcome back to some chaos here on Battling Pool 333. Due to some technical difficulties, we had to switch off casters. But my name is Het, and I'm joined back on the stream by Sasu. And we're going straight off to our next set. Frutella versus Blanks here on Tower Control. Sorry, Rainmaker, Michael Mark. But before we go on that, how have you been enjoying this tournament so far, Sasu? Have you been off the mic for a little bit?
Yeah, obviously I was there for the first half, so luckily I was able to see Blanks in action, bringing back this Forge, which I also love to see. Forge, of course, is one of my favorite weapons, the one I have the most time on. I have it 7-starred. So, as you can see, Blanks off to a really strong start here on this tower game, and you know, excited to see if they're able to keep this run going. They're already down to 58 half.
Beautiful opening by Blanks. Frutella had some struggles last game, but they had regrouped. But can they fight a team like Blanks? It's different. We saw what the team Blanks can do in other battling pools. They've been working their way up, and a beautiful 32 opening score is what you want to see. But they're still going, Sasu. They're still pushing further.
And you see there that pick on the tower. It seemed as though Frutella had a lot of control, but they went down to that suction bomb. And this, folks, is why you run Forge on tower. You can just throw those suctions onto the tower, clear it off. But finally, I think there's just a lot of displacement coming out of Frutella. You see, they've got that Booyah Bomb, they've got those strikes, and I think they're using that to sort of take this space, displace the members of Blanks. But little do they know that they have that junior behind, I believe, but they do go down. It seems as though they didn't have to know about the flanking junior because they did a quick job of dispatching it. And with that cooler out, I think they are poised to make a deep run in here, but not without a Booyah kind of stopping them in their tracks.
Yeah, but with 2 players down, Frutella has a blank check to go inside the enemy base, to go towards the second checkpoint. They're slowly making the way towards the lead. Still couple players down. 4 Blanks, and with that, the lead has been swapped to Frutella. Beautiful, beautiful things are happening here on Battling Pool. They're still pushing on further. Checkpoint 3 is about to be reached, but can they score a lot of points? It does not seem like they can. Blanks stop them in their tracks there, but for how long is the question, because the Tacticooler is on the tower again. Bombs being thrown left and right. Frutella is still dominant in this game, and Blanks cannot find a response right now. They took the tower, and they took the checkpoint, but can they get to the KO?
We'll see here. 2 of the members are down, but I was gonna point out that Blanks has 2 Booyah Bombs at their disposal, and both of the Booyah Bomb holders have gone down in the Forge and the Sticker Stamper, and their cooler user goes down as well. So it seems as though right now Blanks is just having to throw themselves at the tower. I think that they're a little bit more hard pressed to clear it, because looking at Frutella, look at how all the AoE they have. They have that slosher, they have that S-Blast that we've been seeing a lot in comps. So really, it's super easy for them to just clear that tower if Blanks is making a run. But Blanks, on the other hand, maybe not in a good position given their comp. You see a trade going down there. Blanks only has 1 member up, while I think members of Frutella are just trickling in. So this is a tall mountain they have to climb for Blanks, seeing as though we just have under a minute 30 left, and they just don't necessarily have the tools that they need to make this run.
They've been playing peak with each other to practice climbing that mountain, because it's definitely something they can overcome. They've been playing for so long together. They do so much, but Frutella indeed a difficult team to fight against, a difficult threat to face, and a very much powerhouse team that are showing their dominance here. Tri-Strike going out with 2 players down right now for Frutella. They're about a minute left on the clock, and Blanks making their way into the tower, pushing forward slowly but surely, getting rid of the slosher. That is what they needed, because that allows them to push further, a little less AoE. But when the slosher goes down, a pencil goes up, and now it's a blaster and a pencil defending that tower. Slosher has been respawned and is slowly making their way back. The blaster getting splattered by the Booyah Bomb will help a little bit. The bubbler will so too, but will it be enough? 2 players down on the side of Blanks right now. They're slowly respawning, but there's nobody on the tower. Yosh Forever going on the tower now, but gets splattered by Aaron. who is going deeper and deeper. Only a couple seconds left for Blanks to get the hands on the tower again. It's gonna be a tight fit, but they have 3 players and a wipeout at the end to seal that deal. Nothing they can do anymore as Frutella takes game number 1.
Yeah, you see the celebratory booyahs at the end there. They were able to end it with style, with a decisive wipeout, really ending the game a little bit early, but yeah, fantastic showing there for Frutella and a really good way to start off the set with a win.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Blanks after the beginning, because they had such a strong opening, but after that, they seem to just lost it. It happened to Frutella too, where they had just had a decent opening in the Clemens game and then lost it, and even go back a little further to, I believe it was Caterpillar against, or sorry, it was EZMD against Caterpillar, where they had a beautiful opening push on Museum, and then out of nowhere just lost it. But Frutella, they showed strength here. Their weapon composition, it just worked. Their team play, it just worked. They had response to everything from Blanks after that initial push. So I'm hoping that would translate to Splatstones as well, because Frutella against Caterpillar, of course, will be an amazing set to watch if they can also beat EZMD, but still, very good game by Frutella. And like you said, Blanks is, I always call them Blank C, but it's Blanks. I keep forgetting. Blanks, they definitely have a bit of a mountain to climb here. Luckily, this map center point is shaped a little bit like a circular mountain, so they can practice climbing it here. The next map, Splatstones on Wahoo World. Now, Sasu, do you expect any composition changes to happen here on this map mode?
I don't, at least out of Blanks. I believe earlier on in the tourney, I was able to watch, I think it was Blanks on this particular map mode. They come in with those 2 booyahs, and I remember that was really useful for them in terms of displacing the pencil, making it hard for them to find a place to stand, because, you know, when you've got those booyahs, you can just send them out and deny the other team moving into zone. But I am curious to see if we're going to see a switch. No switches out of either of those teams. You would think Wahoo, a lot of the time people love a Reef Slider here, but I think that Frutella kind of sticking with the meta here, and Blank C, this perhaps being their home turf, are just going to stick with what works.
If you remember in our set in the zone, we saw a lot of Reef Sliders on Splatstone here, and now there doesn't seem to be any Reef Slider at all. I think the meta has shifted off Reef Slider because people just found it too annoying. I don't know, but it's a very interesting watch indeed. You see Blanks getting it so quickly for a couple points on the opening push, and they managed to maintain it here too, getting it back. It's pretty decent. They're getting it to 86 and beyond. Weird coming out for another defense as they spent some players off Frutella, Sasu. But Blanks now showing a better opening than they showed last game.
Yes, but I think with some of their members going down, they're going to have to regroup a little bit. Like you said, they had just this really strong showing, and I think getting nicked by that Booyah Bomb really did a number on them. But right now, Frutella has the zone, they take the lead, and the first Booyah Bomb comes out, and I think 2 members are going down on Blanks here. So one thing about Wahoo World is that the entry can be so difficult, despite the fact that this is such a huge place. You see that Frutella is just systematically really just undoing them by getting the picks that they need, and just there's such a difficulty getting back into mid. But of course, one thing we didn't mention is that they have that junior, they have that bubble, and that also is super critical for a place like Wahoo to just bubble off an entire section. So I think that is why Blanks has finally been able to put the stop on that push and get 70 points on the board.
I want to call this edition of Battling Pool the unique flanking episode, because we got a junior flanking, we had E-leader early on flanking, I don't know if you caught that one. So we have a lot of unique flanking weapons here, and definitely putting up some penalty points to Frutella is big for Blanks. Allows him some breathing room and allows themselves to regroup and start charging the specials again. But the penalty was not that much, and it's about to be over too, only 10 ticks left. Frutella can start scoring points again, and 37 is not a whole lot of points until the KO. So with all these Booyahs coming out, Blanks has to find a response quickly, but like you said, entry is the difficult part of this map. Everything is closed, everything is shut down, and Blanks just have nowhere to go. They found a way into the zone, but can they maintain the control? And can they carry the penalty to start push for points? 2 players down on the side of Frutella. Odin the Junior down on Blanks. Both teams are charging up their specials right now. Sasu is Frutella is preparing themselves for a counter push.
Yeah, Frutella, of course, as opposed to just the Booyah, they have those strikes, which I think may be super advantageous for them. It means that they can just kind of walk with that versus a Booyah that is a little bit more sedentary, a little bit more rigid in where it is. You see those strikes come out, and with that, they have the sufficient paint to be able to paint over that. So despite the fact that Blanks here is going to take the zone back, that is going to give them a penalty that they certainly do not need to see. You see that they're just a few points off. So generally speaking, Blanks' issue has just been this hold. They really need to kind of take a page out of Frutella's book and make it very difficult to approach and make their retake difficult. But it seems as though with their Booyah bombs, with the toolkits that they have, Bubble isn't really something that you need for retake. It's something you need for your holds. So if your holds are weak, you're just in for a world of trouble here.
I don't think it's not just the bubbler, it's also, or especially it's also the fact that there's a lot of AoE on Frutella's side. Like you mentioned last game, that S-Blast and that Slusher can cause massive trouble for Blanks. And even on a map like this, those weapons are still hella strong. But look at that, the penalty for Blanks is about to be over. Points are about to be scored. They don't have that many points towards that lead. Can they maintain the question? Tri-Strike coming out on the zone. They have to keep the control, but no! The Tri-Strikes are enough for Frutella to capture and apply another 33-tick penalty on Blanks. It is honestly the last thing they needed this late into the game. 37 seconds left, and the lead is so close, yet so far.
Yeah, just like I was pointing out before, those Tri-Strikes can just be so deadly. Like, you have to back off of them. It's not super easy to paint over them in a zone shaped like this. But you see members finally coming in. 2 members down on Frutella, so they're at a bit of an advantage here. And like I said before, I think the win condition is just going to be displacing this pencil. They are the ones that have the most amount of paint that can threaten this zone. And you see already we're making our way out of the penalty, but ultimately they're going to have to wait for these strikes and be able to paint over them immediately, and it's not going to be fast enough. Blanks at the very last second takes the lead, and I think takes this game into a game 3 hat.
Beautifully done by Blanks. And look at the zone. How is that not neutralized? Just a smidge too late. Classic Splatoon. Also classic Wild, if you ask me. I never liked playing this map mode combination in solo ranked. Even in tourneys, it was not for me. But a beautiful end, and this is exactly what I expect from Blanks. However, I think this, of course, as good as it was, might be just a little bit lucky with the final, not teammate, but the final players down in the last fight. Because Blanks had it rough. Let's take a look at this. They had trouble going in, so they listened to you and made it a little bit more difficult, but I still feel like Frutella had a good time, or still a pretty easy time to go into the middle of the zone. They don't have that much trouble to throw all those Tri-Strikes into the middle, but still good painting potential from Blanks, and I love to see this 1-1. And another tiebreaker, of course, it is Rainmaker on Undertow Spillway. Both teams are fighting for match point, and of course, it's loser's bracket. Whoever loses this match will say goodbye to Blanks, a team we've been seeing for months now here on Battling Pool. Frutella, not as much, but still a ton here on stream. All to see them in a loser's bracket this early on at losers round 4, but they're fighting their way up to the semis and are hungry for the finals. But Sasu, I'm going to ask you this question one more time for the set. Do you expect any changes, or do you think everything will be the same?
Ooh, I think both of these teams, when you go to a game 3, your back is against the wall in a losers, When you lose this, you're out of this. I could see both of these teams just saying we're going to stick with what we have. We don't want to change to something else and kind of like ruin what we have going on here. But I also wouldn't be shocked if we saw that Forge switch over to a Frozen Pro. I think that the missiles can be really good for displacing a pencil in a really large place like an Undertow. And I think it's also possible for the team members that are sort of Mr. Presidenting the Rainmaker and escorting the Rainmaker to just kind of get caught by those missiles, and everybody just goes down and they're not able to run it because they're all clumped up. But we're gonna take a look at these and see if they're the same, but gonna be a little bit. Oh well,
Big changes coming in already.
Yeah, they had a junior with Bubble. So as we were loading in, I was like, wait, no way. They keep that Bubble. We are going to see Yushi Forever switching onto that Sploosh. So we're going to see a little bit of Sploosh action as well as that Rapid.
Also, Frutella, to note, does not really play a big backline, and the longest range weapon in their team right now is that Rapid Blaster Pro. So they're very much choosing to be even more aggressive than they were before, and that might just be necessary. 3 players down on the side of Blanks early on. Frutella grabs a Rainmaker and off the push towards the right side. That is not something you see too often, and Blanks struggling for map, struggling for players here, Sasu.
Yeah, that was crazy. You see that member going down despite the strikes protecting them. So really strong work from that Forge. Gonna booyah that to try and deny further that they pick it up. I think that's kind of their focus right now, to make sure that they don't get that check. And unfortunately, it's not gonna happen. They are able to sort of sneak that up. So right now, like you said, a very rare right check. I sort of see what they are going for there, the element of surprise, and they did indeed. They were able to snatch it. But it seems as though we're seeing a little bit of a repeat of sort of that tower game where Blanks for a lot of it was on the back foot and was having a little bit of trouble setting the pace of the game.
I think Blank still has a chance here because they're pushing towards the right or the left side now, which is the more common side obviously, and also a little bit easier to push, but still it's such a chore to push through this section of the map. But Frutella is slowly making it look like child's play. 2 players down on the side of Blanks. They're slowly respawning, slowly making their way to the defense. Crowny, or sorry, the Crowny holding up to the Rainmaker. It is the... sorry, I keep forgetting my words. I'm so sorry. I forgot the meaning of it now. Charging to defend, but cannot, or does connect to the Rainmaker. They cannot push any further. I'm just so surprised at the way that Frutella has been playing this opening. I'm lost for words a little bit, I'm gonna be honest here.
Yeah, I think that they're trying to just kind of be done with it. And you see that Frutella, of note, they have that VAC. And one thing about VAC is it's not going to change the tides. It's going to make your advantage even more oppressive. Or, you know, when you have a VAC and you're on the back foot, it's not going to do so much help. So I think them... with that backline on their side, they're going to have to focus on aggression. They have to be pushing because they know that their retake isn't necessarily the strongest. So I think that's kind of what we're looking at. And Blanks is going to have to meet that aggression properly, very measured. You see a really good pick here from their edit. And right now, it seems as though we also kind of have Rainmaker mains on Frutella's side. Like, there are lots of times where you feel like that Rainmaker should just be beamed, should just be dead, maybe they're alone, and yet they're still existing. So not only are they having to deal with this aggression, they have to deal with Crowny, who just will not go down.
I feel like Crowny, of course, with that Tactical Cooler as a special, is the perfect player to pick up the Rainmaker, throw it on a Tactical Cooler, and just go. You have a weapon that is light, you all often have abilities primarily focus on special charging and movement speed. So of course a perfect player to pick up that Rainmaker, but so much pressure being put out by Frutella on Blanks. They have yet to score a point. They have yet to even pop that Rainmaker and do something with that. Frutella just absolute showing their dominance. A big vacuum against the Booyah Bomb, but the buoy ball lasted longer and could be thrown over it. 3 players down now, 4. Frutella, they're respawning. The checkpoint has been broken for Blanks. As I say everything I just said, they said no, and they're gonna start pushing. Another Tacticuda out on the field. Rainmaker being picked up again, but a blaster to deny that Rainmaker push. But Blanks now in control of the top side of the Maxasu as they are preparing to get the lead here.
Yeah, we're gonna see. I suspect that they're just gonna keep throwing themselves at the problem. And speaking of throwing, I think that Frutella might just throw themselves off the side here just to make sure that it resets. The Rainmaker is lost, but without Frutella being to run it off, we have 30 seconds and 3 members of Blanks down. That last member going down, that is going to be a delayed wipe. So, they interestingly decide to reset it here. You would think playing a little bit honest, a lot of the time people would rather just sort of stall it and keep it on their side, knowing that this place is huge and it's very unlikely that the other team will get it. But you have a Rainmaker Vivac going on here. Obviously, the Rainmaker is going to be the victor. And despite all of this scrambling very quickly, Blanks picks it up, goes down, and that is going to be the set 2-1.
Big plays by Frutella and also big plays by Blanks. But unfortunately, like you said, it is a 2-1 for Frutella. We have to say goodbye to Blanks, who overall had a beautiful, beautiful tournament run today. Got sort of shut down the losers bracket at the same time as Frutella. Losers round 4 and fought their way up to the semis to get themselves 4th place. So it's exactly how we expected this to go, and seed 1, 2, and 3 are going to fight it out now as we go to the losers finals. But both teams, beautiful, beautiful display of Splatoon here. But Frutella, a bit more dominance, even if this match ended 2-1 with only 2 points difference in the last game. These teams did an amazing job here on Battling Pool, but of course only one can go further. I think we'll be going on a tiny little break to get our next set ready. The losers finals, like I said, a best of 5 scenario, EZMD against Frutella. And you don't want to miss this, so grab a snack and grab a drink, because we will be right back with more Battling Pool.
we are. We embark on this ride to find out who we are. We look up to the sky to find out who we are. We embark on this ride to find out who we are. We look up to the sky to find out who we are. Nothing can stop us, nothing can stop us. We can touch the sky. Nothing can stop us, nothing can stop us. We can touch the sky. Nothing can stop us, nothing can stop us. We can touch the sky. Nothing can stop us, nothing can stop us. We can touch the sky.
Hello and welcome back to Paddling Pool Triple Threes. I'm Sasu here with Hat, and we're going to be looking at EZMD, or for some of y'all, EZMD, versus Fruitella, once again bringing it back to Undertow.
EZMD or EZMD ready to get some revenge. If you have been watching this tournament for longer, you saw that they have lost the Caterpillar in winners finals. And Fruitella on a streak from losers round 4, fighting their way through the losers bracket. You don't see too many losers runs here on Paddling Pool, but this one is definitely one for the ages if they can make it back. We saw Fruitella against Blanks just before this one, and Blanks did their best but couldn't find their victory in 2-1 scenario, but it was also close, a 2-point difference. But can EZMD pose a bigger challenge to Fruitella is the question we are going to ask ourselves right now. Like you said, Sasu, straight to the map we played last time, Undertow Spillway, but this time it's not the same mode. We are playing it on tower control. So we saw what Fruitella was running, and do you think they're going to switch it up for tower control, or do you think they're going to be confident and take it the same way?
Well, I would think that they would stick, but at the same time, they are up against another team, so they might have to come at it with a different sort of mindset or something like that. And I think Fruitella, last time we saw them, I think they were roughly running the same thing for their tower game as well, because we saw them on Tower Mako Mart, I think. So given the fact that they were just running the same comp, I imagine we'll see it again. But despite the fact that tower control is very much so a sort of like a payload style mode, much like a Rainmaker, you don't have that choice of going left or right like you did before in Rainmaker, which I think really helped them eke out those points, getting that easy first check. And then taking it left, there's just a fixed path. So going to be interesting to see whether Fruitella is sort of dominant once again on this map mode, seeing as though they were really strong on tower, I think, and really strong on Undertow, but this is a whole nother team. Hat.
And EZMD also, they only lost in the winners finals, so they are honestly a little bit warmed up from fighting some maybe bigger fish, but we cannot be sure how it's going to go. Like you said, you don't have a choice. You're going left or right. You are set on a path, which can be good, but it can also be very, very bad, because not having the freedom can cause some difficulty sometimes and can cause some awkward decision making. We're going to have to find out here in a second. EZMD looking to get revenge against Caterpillar if they beat Fruitella, and Fruitella looking to get themselves into the grand finals for a potential reset. I already see the new Rapid Blaster Pro, and I already see that Stamper stickers. So we are about to have a very, very fun time. Nice composition coming out from Frutella. Love the aggression already in EZMD, of course, with that beautiful E-leader 4K, bringing it back to Splatoon 1. 2 players down on the side of Frutella early, as EZMD looking to get themselves on the tower and looking to get that first push started, but they just seem to not be able to find that opening, only score a single point and no more as of yet, as Frutella is getting some good defense in. We finally see EZMD on the tower and breaking to the first checkpoint. Is about 3 players are splattered for Frutella Sasu, as the first checkpoint is now broken.
Yeah, absolutely. Super exciting to see, I guess, that leader. Of course, Devin is always on that leader, but given the recent Area Cup win, a little bit more credence to seeing it be run, especially in such a huge place like this. EZMD already making their way past that checkpoint, and finally you just have to hit them with the strikes to get them off of that tower to stop that push by any means necessary. Frutella just kind of scrambling to see what picks that they can get, what space they can achieve, and 2 of their members are going down. Now, of note, Frutella, I believe, is a double cooler. They've got that rapid. They, I think, also have that zap. So they're just gonna keep coming, but if they can't just get the aggression in to finally make a push, then it doesn't matter if you stay up. You gotta stop the tower.
I think that's the priority for Frutella now. Indeed, EZMD making a lot of quick work on the tower. They're pushing to 30 and going further. Already been 3 players down in a wipeout on the side of EZMD. Frutella finally stopped that tower. It's after listening to you that I'm watching this team and taking our notes and applying them in this battle. Another player does go down quickly. That is the Slosher for Frutella. So EZMD already on the aggression and already trying to stop whatever Frutella is starting. 97 is the points, or is the score. They are left at the score. They stopped that. They couldn't really get anything done on that checkpoint. 2 players down outside of EZMD, 1 player down outside of Frutella. Everybody's respawning, and a checkpoint about to be broken by Frutella, as they are now on their way to push. They had the turn of EZMD, and now it is their turn on the tower.
Absolutely. I think particularly their Gal doing a really strong job of getting those picks. And you see 3 members down on EZMD, really sort of giving them a taste of their own medicine with this aggression. You see that they are cruise their way onto the second checkpoint. Of course, they get displaced by this Booyah Bomb. And finally, Devin, 4K, has been able to get into position to really just point and shoot at that tower, which is what they really need. And you see that Frutella is able to eke out this lead, and they're still going with 2 members down. So right now, I think the Rapid is going to bring out that cooler and back up to see what sort of space that they can take. But with this double, honestly, Frutella might be cruising into a knockout.
This is not what EZMD has hoped for or wanted, especially after such an opening like they had to 30. This is the exact opposite of what they've been doing in the beginning, but Frutella has been excelling at this. They saw this at blanks, and they are applying the same strategy. Just wait a little bit, and the second you get the chance, absolutely start training your team. They lost the tower now, but 16 is a huge score compared to 30, especially with how long and how slow the tower travels. 3 players down instead of Frutella, so this push has stopped, and this is the moment for EZMD to regain some points, regain some momentum, and especially regain that map, because that is entirely painted in the yellow color of Frutella. Booyah coming out from silver, looking to where to throw it, looking where the most players are. Tritrack does go out there, are forced to throw it quickly, does not connect to any player, but still buys them some time. The tower is slowly but surely cruising closer and closer towards that score, towards the lead. They are not that far off. 2 players down on the side of Frutella. They're respawning, but there's also a player down on EZMD's side. They're still slowly but surely pushing it further. There's no one on the tower now. Kiki looking, Silver looking also, but neither can connect in the tower. Sasu, 2 players go down, and this push has come to an end. But do you think they have one more shot in them?
Not sure. I think that they're in a very difficult position. Frutella has a lot of AoE. When they do jump on that tower, they can get chipped out by that Rapid. They can have the Slosher just having this wave of paint, forcing anyone who's on the tower to just displace themselves and come off. And even though they have that GG Booyah from EZMD, ultimately, it's just not going to matter if they keep going down like this. You see, Devin is the only person up alone on this E-leader. And the other thing I had to note that I didn't even mention is that Frutella had those 2 coolers, and of course Devin with that respawn punisher. I think respawn punisher is not effective on coolered players. So that entire main ability rendered a bit useless, and you see this really strong showing. And a point in their column here for Frutella.
Yeah, Devin 4K had some interesting ideas, but the thing Frutella had been watching earlier, because 2 tacticals against a respawn punisher is exactly what you want to do, but also so much aggression from Frutella. And I liked how they played it slower. I liked how they just went in for that second round of pushing instead of straight up going for an early lead. It helped them a ton in the later game. But both teams are neck on neck. Both teams are very close to each other. So I'm interested to see how the other rounds are going. But like we saw, it is Frutella taking game number 1. And we're going to a very fun and refined map straight from Splatoon 1. The memories for a lot of players and new memories for new players, because a lot of Splatoon 3 players I heard have not experienced Splatoon 1. But we're going to one of the best maps Splatoon has ever seen, and the third map in my personal top 3. We're going to Rainmaker on Urchin Underpass.
I am surprised that this mode is legal, to be honest. I'm a little surprised by that. I am one of those people. I did not play Splatoon 1, so this map, a little bit of a thorn in my side. I much would have rathered the Reef, but you get what you get, and these players get Rainmaker Urchin. Now, I think that this is going to end up being a little bit difficult, because usually when you see Urchin, at least in competitive play, you're looking at zones. So both of these teams, there's just so many flank routes. Everyone can kind of be everywhere all at once. But at the end of the day, your objective is stationary. So everybody knows that you have to just go up to that midpoint. But when it comes to Rainmaker, I imagine pushing, unless you just have a dominant push, it can just be so difficult for people to pop up out of nowhere. Someone's flanking and your Rainmaker's down, and it just ends in a lot of fighting. So definitely probably going to be a very skirmishy round of play.
Well, I love to see these skirmishes, especially with how aggressive both of these teams can be. We already saw it with the last game with a crazy good win, but also from other sets from EasyMD towards the winners finals, where they showed some crazy aggression. Let's see what they can do. Devin switching it up from the E-leader to the splatter shot from crazy range to almost no range. Interesting swaps, and both teams are running the rapid blast approach, showing how effective it is on this map. Let's see if that splatter shot can make a big difference. However, Technicolor out early for both teams, and the Kraken active for EasyMD2, allowing them to get some splats, and hopefully if Devin can connect the shots and connect the Kraken, that's important. They're in quite deep. They got a big spell on Aaron, but there goes Devin, unfortunately. Frutella the first to pick up the Rainmaker and already cruising towards that checkpoint, which has been broken.
I have to wonder if that cooler play was to counter Devin, because I'm sure that Frutella was completely aware that Devin would be switching off leader. Absolutely no good on a place like this. So we do have that switch, like you mentioned, to the Kraken shot, but they have also switched to a different rapid so that they're not running that double cooler. And this is definitely going to be more helpful for them because it means that they can push a little bit more easily. But you see, they've brought it all the way down to 47. They're going to be hard pressed to ultimately get that goal. And that is going to be, I think, a delayed wipe on Frutella. So an easy, no pun intended, check for EasyMD, who are now going to have Devin on that Kraken a little bit off to the left, while the Rainmaker has been unfortunately left alone. Devin by the goal, a little bit on the back end, probably going to go down unless they decide to jump out there, as we see. So things reset a little bit here, but at least both teams have gotten through their initial checks.
I think it was a little bit too enthusiastic from Devin to go that far in, hoping that team would push it a little bit further. But yeah, the low Rainmaker against a 52 gal, I don't think there's a whole lot they can do. So it's a little bit of a misstep for EasyMD, but definitely not something that they can, or that's going to make them lose, because they just had 3 players down, including the Rainmaker, and it allows them to pop the Rainmaker and make some quick work of Frutella, because they are now preparing for a push themselves. They are now looking for what opportunity they can get, but the Stamper does go down. Devin uses their Kraken a little early. They start the opening, gets rid of that 52 cal. That might just be massive, but the Rapid goes down for EasyMD, and they cannot find the grounds after getting that splat. They cannot find a follow-up, and this is not that good, because they need to push. They need to get that lead from 64 to 46 to get themselves into a better position. The pressure is on EasyMD. Frutella doing a lot of work to stop them. Pick up the Rainmaker when there's 2 players down. Very good play to allow your team to respawn and allow yourself to buy you some time here, Sasu, as EasyMD are still looking for that push.
So they, EasyMD picking up this Rainmaker, though, I think that is an active back on Frutella's side, so a little bit hard to push with that, but 3 members are down. They're going to be able to steal this lead and try and make a beeline for this goal, but it is not going to be easy. You have a hard road ahead of you when you're trying to get to that final check, because I think when it comes to Urchin, people respawn faster than you would think. It feels as though you have to win so many fights to really get anywhere, and despite getting several members down, they just respawned in, and Frutella able to just kind of mow them down. And you see, that is only down to 23, even though you could really take a soft jaunt to get to that goal. Somehow they've only made it to 23 there, so definitely this is still winnable for Frutella. We have just 1 minute left, but once again, when it comes to Urchin, the space that you get from that goal up until that check can just be too small, and the other team coming in.
I feel like that part also is just you going towards the checkpoint and going away from it, and then they have to go back into this crazy small route, and the only option to not get flooded is either get flooded or drop it down, but then your score goes a little bit back, so it's a hard road ahead, and that might feel like people respawn faster. Big Kraken coming out from Devin! That's what you want to see, 3 players down on Southern Frutella. This is what EasyMD was hoping for. Even with that lead, they can still push it further or play for time. They're opting to not pick it up and wait it out. That is probably the better play. Don't want to make some users risk right now. The Rainmaker reset back towards the center. 10 seconds left, and it is 3 players up against 4 for Frutella. They have to make it work. The Tacticooler is on the field. The Rainmaker has it, but there goes 1 on both sides. Can Frutella make this work? They are pushing in overtime. No second chances, but there's definitely a Kraken. But that's not necessary, as I believe a bomb got that Rainmaker. EasyMD takes game number 2.
Listen, I think the sheer volume of time it would take to get to that check just made it super improbable, to be honest, to be able to push that far. Because I don't know. I feel like looking at the numbers there, we can look back at that first initial push going down to 47, and then I think a push trying to make it there at that top left, so finally they were able to get that wipeout. But at the end of the day, you know, like I said, and like we kind of saw, you can just keep throwing people at the problem there, and they just keep respawning, and you're just not going to get to that top left and close to that check in record time. So just an unfortunate case of the map mode, I'd say, Hat.
I think so too. I think especially at the top left, it's just, yeah, I mean, yeah, you gotta, both teams are just throwing people onto this problem, and as Frutella is close towards the spot, it's a little bit easier for them to throw the people at the problem, but it's so difficult to get through those gates and then get the lead, especially if you have to push against 23, which is already, I think, quite far towards that checkpoint, or towards that final pedestal. So EasyMD did a very good job on this map mode and securing themselves a point to lower down the pressure a little bit. Game 3 is up next. Clan Blitz on Crab Leg Capital. I think we saw this map with Frutella as well in the zones, and I've definitely seen Blanks play on it too. in earlier battling pools, and this map, doesn't matter which mode, this map always brings some very fun matches. A lot of blasters, a lot of chargers, because both are having a blast through all those gates. Devin back to the E-Leader Fiesta, back to that Tacticooler Rapid Blaster Pro Sasu. We are going to have a great skirmish here. I can already feel it.
You know, typically, I think that the Rapid is really good for dealing with chargers, but specifically pencils. But it's way more difficult up against a leader. Like I always say when it comes to Crab Leg, range is king here. You've got those grates, you've got pretty easy sight lines. So if Devin 4K is able to just set up and really get a good vantage point, it's going to be super difficult for Frutella to kind of keep themselves together. But of course, they are once again double coolered, so they're planning to be able to negate that that respawn Punisher and just kind of keep throwing themselves at the problem. But eventually, you know what I mean? You have to do away with the problem, because 3 of their members have gone down. We see that EZMD is in a position where they're ready to push, and especially with Devin setting up on that top right, it's not looking good for Frutella so far in this push.
Quick side note, welcome everyone from the raid from Salefarok. Thank you so much for joining 31 people. If you are not watching or know about Battling Pool, this is the weekly European Platoon tournament where we teams show who is the best, and it's been running for years and years and years. We're watching the winners finals, EZMD against Frutella. This is game number 3 here on Clemblitz. Both teams are still struggling to find an opening towards that basket and start scoring for points. 2 players now down on EZMD's side. Power Clem is not aligned for Frutella. They had an opportunity, but they had no follow-up, and that is unfortunate. They have a Power Clam now. Can they throw it in? People are jumping left and right. Tacticooler goes out, and this is what they needed. The Power Clam does go in. But the second question is, will they have a follow-up? Good spot by Devin. Looking at the next player to go in, and this is what they excel at. Great defense with that E-Leader, and it's such a scary weapon to play against. Even if it's not fully charged, it does so much damage. Frutella could not find a follow-up to that opening push. Only 20 points scored, but we've seen it multiple times here in this tournament. It might just be enough to win this match.
Yeah, we shall see. Obviously, they are a little bit shy of that 60-point mark that you tend to want for your first push, but I think the big issue here is that they've given the other team a free Power Clam, and they might be able to do significant damage with that, but with 3 of their members make that 4 for a clean wipeout. This is going to be not so good for EZMD. A leader that isn't able to properly set up, not to mention they have that double cooler so that they can just keep going down and keep jumping back in and just perpetually keep that that clam basket open. So you see once again they're going in and they make it down to 31 before they get that wipeout, but they're gonna have to reset here, figure their lives out, because now their plat is open for the taking from EZMD.
The 31 is not an easy score to beat, so EZMD has to work it out for them, and it has to do some major offensive magic. 2 players are down, 1 on each side of the map. 3 players do go down for Frutella though. That is what EZMD needs. That's what EZMD wants. Can they follow that up? They're slowly pushing further in the basket. Tri-Strike's coming out. There goes Power Clam 1, and it misses! It misses! The Booyah Bomb connects, but the Power Clam is out. A wipeout as well. That is super unfortunate for EZMD, and that must feel horrible.
Listen, I don't know if the people at home heard me just whispering, "Oh no," to myself, because I know just the pain of missing that Power Clam, not getting points on the board, because the more time ticks down here, you're going to see this basket open. The more pressure is put on EZMD, because at the end of the day, even if they don't knock out here, which they are going to, they would still have the gargantuan task of somehow having a 100-0 push for their OT push there. So not gonna come down to that. We are going to see a Frutella win. And you know, Frutella, they qualified for the Splat World Series. They are nothing to scoff at, and they're quite the strong team. So really strong showing from them, especially up against an E leader here on Crab Lake Clams.
I think part of that KO is definitely the fact that EZMD lost or messed up that push. But Sasa, you play tournaments as well, right? I know you play competitive more than I do. What is worse in that scenario? Because you always have two versions of the story. What is worse? Getting the push, but not doing a whole lot with it, or just straight up missing it like that? Because I feel like, especially after you KO like that, I feel like missing the push, it just straight up kills all your morals. But not doing a whole lot with it either doesn't feel that great either. So what's your opinion on that?
Infinitely worse to just whiff that shot on the basket, because then you have the shoulda, coulda, wouldas. You know, a lot of the time people leave a game and they say unfort. And usually I say, no, it's not unfortunate. There's something we could have done. We didn't play so strongly. We shouldn't have let this push happen. But when someone, you know, just does not get the basket, just misses the basket, that is the true meaning of unfort. There's nothing that could have been done to fix the fact that they just missed, and you just have to kind of sit there, take the loss, and know that there's nothing strategically that you could have probably done better to win that game. So it feels like an unfair loss, but you know that it is fair because it's of your own doing. So I'm definitely heart goes out to EZMD for missing that power clam.
Yeah, I feel for them too, and not only missed it, it might have killed their morale so much that it lost them the game, because after that one, it looked like they kind of gave up a little bit, but I'm not so sure. What I'm sure of is this is a map mode where they destroyed another team on early in today's tournament. Splat zones on Flounder Height. Those Blaster and Splatling are going to have a very fair front time. Silver goes down quite early by Fiesta as they're looking at who is next on the Splat list. Crab Tank goes out in a very strong spot to attack from. The second zone has been captured. Points are now being scored within the first 30 seconds as 3 players splatted by someone from Frutella. EZMD not looking great in the opening here.
Yeah, I think that Frutella actually really strong having Devin there, or rather Frutella is going to have a hard time, I think, here getting in, because that leader is a bit of a slow weapon, and really they just have to be set up in the correct place. You see that there's just a lot of speed happening coming out of Frutella. They still haven't lost the zone even once, and they're just pressuring this far section where it is that EZMD are supposed to be standing. So Evil Bread gonna back up a little bit. 2 of their members go down, so they're gonna see if they can secure this area, and they do for a few jump-ins. Still not down that edit, but yeah, finally EZMD is going to get a hand on that zone and see what they can do with this.
The question is, for how long can they hold on to that zone? Because Frutella looking feisty, Frutella looking hungry. You see players going in and pushing in that zone. The first zone now neutralized on the side of Frutella, and they're hungry for that second one. Silver going in with a flank. Can they make it work? The Booyah Bomb forced in order to survive. But unfortunately, that's not what they do. The S-Plus does go down for Frutella. But will it be enough for EZMD to retake that zone? That's the question. Frutella going in deep. Seconds are neutralized. But back in control of EZMD. It's a huge fight over that second section, as neither team can really find a grip on it. It's going left and right. 3 players down, though, on the side of Frutella will make the job easier for EZMD, who have not got a penalty, by the way. So their push still continues. 44 points of penalty. Other side of Frutella, who are down 3 players against Sasu. This lead is not for Frutella now.
Yeah, I think, like I said before, the really difficult part I thought for EasyMD is making sure that Devin was able to get set up in a proper place. And I think that now that they've done that, Frutella is in a really difficult position because approaching when you have a leader who can just pretty much watch the entirety of where it's possible for you to approach can just be so difficult. Even if they're on that far end and you go over there, you see Evil Bread trying to make sure that that doesn't happen. But they are at least able to cap both of the zones, so they put a nasty penalty of 68 there on EasyMD. So if they're hoping to just get through this game, not gonna happen. Frutella definitely hoping to finish off the set in a 3-1 by taking this, but clearly it's not going to be easy. They have 44 penalty points, as well as just 43 to EasyMD's 11. So very difficult here, especially with 2 of their members down.
The road is long and the road is difficult, but it's not impossible. Frutella has done more of these very long overtime pushes, so not their first rodeo, and it definitely won't be their last. But the problem now is getting the start on that road, fixing the car and getting it started. That is the problem that they're facing over and over and over again. Devin being set up, like you said, is a massive hurdle for Frutella. It's a massive roadblock they have to face, and the penalty is now over EasyMD. The points are slowly ticking down. Buibom goes on the zone to neutralize it and stop that push, but can it be enough? The second zone is captured too! It was, but that lead extended from 11 to 6. It's going to make this job even more difficult. 2 players down on the side of EasyMD though will help them a ton here. That penalty is slowly but surely ticking down and down and down. Almost half the penalty already gone, and there it is. Can they hold on to it? Overtime push. That's what's going to happen. It's a mandatory push. They have no way around this one, Sasu, as the timer is now out and overtime is begun. There's no room for mistakes.
Yeah, finally you have Devin swimming up here. I was saying that I feel like that's the win condition. I think with just that last member and the wipe, that is going to be it. So they did a fantastic job of that retake and getting back to zone, and EasyMD gonna tie it up here at a 2-2 going into our 5th game. Really strong showing and a lot of resilience, because I have seen a lot of Flounder games just completely flip on its head at the end due to just a lack of ability to retake. So definitely some props to EasyMD there.
Flounder also, of course, has this thing where one of the few maps in Splatoon 3 where you have to push towards the high ground, which if you're playing an E-leader, oh, you love that, because if the second you're defending that high ground, it is near impossible to reach you. But EasyMD, beautiful show of defense here. And a second, like you said, after Devin was set up, it was almost already decided. But a final decision has yet to be made. Who will advance towards the grand finals? Will it be an EasyMD against an EasyMD rematch, or will it be Frutella going back in the winner's bracket after they got kicked out and fight their way in the grand finals? The next match will decide that. It is Tower Control on Inkblot Art Academy, and I think this is a very, very good tiebreaker. The first match we've played in the set, also Tower Control, Inkblot Art Academy, a small yet balanced map, but fights are insane here due to how fast players respawn and how fast they can get back into mid. Also, do you expect any weapon changes coming from these teams with pressure this high right now?
That is interesting. Let's see. I'm trying to think if they're just gonna go. I'm assuming we're gonna see this double cooler maybe coming out once again from Frutella, I believe, was running it because I would be surprised if we don't see Devin once again on that E leader. I think E leader can do the work that it needs to do, and as I called it, I think we do have both teams sort of sticking to what they were going before. So definitely going to be seeing that Whale trying to displace Devin out of place. But of course, of note, EZMD has two forms of GGs here in their Booyah and their Strikes. So already two members going down from either team, a total of two from EZMD. But sometimes it's not about who gets those first picks, because once you see a team really start to set up in the opposing team's bats, that's when you know they've got them on the ropes.
This is exactly what Frutella is trying to do, but fails to do. They get half the first checkpoint, but cannot set themselves up. And this is the key point here, setting up. EZMD has a harder job of doing that because it's way slower easier, but we saw it earlier, if Devin is set up, they are set up. Frutella again on the tower, pushing it forward slowly. And this time they look way more prepared, deeper into the opposing side's base. And with more special on the map, Tristrax coming out to extend that push and extend their point score, because they want players out of awkward spots. Tristrax countered by EZMD. Do not connect to anyone. Two players down on that side to Sasu, as the second checkpoint for Frutella has been broken.
Yeah, and as you can see, Frutella setting up in their bats, being extremely aggressive here. And I feel like when it comes to an Inkblot tower, you just have to keep throwing yourself at the problem, really. I call it kind of like being rats in the basement. EZMD is going to have to get rid of all the rats in their basement, make sure that no one is in their bats or in their spawn before they get started on their push, and they've successfully gotten rid of all of them. But two of the members who had the specials are going down on EZMD, and just Devin is left alive and left to just get out of that situation so that they don't get down. So Frutella off the tower for a little bit, but snatching it right back as soon as they get the opportunity.
I was definitely there. I don't want 4 players rushing me. I mean, as 1 player rushing using E-leader is already scary, let alone 4 players. Devin handled that well by going back. But 19 is a huge lead for Frutella, as EZMD has not even scored a single... Well, they scored a single point, but they have not scored that much more. Do we really count them touching the tower once as scoring some points? I don't know, but technicality, yes. But not really. They're going in now. 2 players down instead of Frutella, as they are slowly trying to get set up. Fiesta in a bit of an awkward spot. Can they survive? It looks like they can by jumping out. Silver now going in alongside their teammate Sepp, looking for an opening. Silver does get splattered by a bomb. Suction coming out to support Aaron in their quest. Aaron now fighting for their lives, looking at Devin. Cannot find Devin, looking at that Slosher and can connect with that. That ends up does go down to tower, back into the center of the map. We see the Killer Whale coming out to disrupt Devin, get them out of their position. This is exactly why they play the 52 Gal right now. A perfect demonstration. 2 players are down on center. Frutella again, as EZMD is setting up to push. A 3rd player does go down mid-sentence, and this is what they needed. The second checkpoint, or first checkpoint, has been broken, and they're going towards that second checkpoint. Evil Brett with a beautiful flank, but fails to connect to the tower. This might be used. The trash track coming out. Sepp gets another splat against Aaron, but the tower is going back. Nobody's on it. This takes crucial time away from EZMD. That should not have happened.
Yeah, very unfortunate that I think Devin was not able to just jump on that tower and eke out those points, because I think that tower, a lot of it is just momentum. Sometimes just being on that tower for so long and being on the back foot can just earn you more points there. But you see 3 members going down on EZMD. I think Kiki, the only member still up, trying to just kind of hide there instead of maybe more wisely jumping out. But eventually Frutella, 3 of them squatting up to take Kiki down, get control of everything. You see that mid is very yellow, so already the members of EZMD have a lot ahead of them. Not only are we coming up on 30 seconds left, and they have a lot of points that they're having to go up against, and do think that they can do it, but not without getting the appropriate people down. Frutella, of course, is double coolered, so they're going to have to do double the work to keep them down.
I don't know what's scary, the lack of time or the fact that there's still a second checkpoint on that map. 56 is the score of EasyMD and 18 is the score they need to get to. And it does not look like they have a push there right now. 2 beautiful splats by the Charger, by Devin. That is an opening that they needed. Tristrax going out on the tower. And I think with a second left, there is nothing you can do. As Frutella uses the GG strikes to get themselves into grand finals with a beautiful score of 81 and a hard-fought 5-game battle. Frutella continues on, and because of that we have to say goodbye to EasyMD, who overall had a beautiful run today on Paddling Pool, but you can't win them all, and today was not their day. No revenge for them on the winners bracket grand finals. We saw a lot of crazy plays from both teams, unexpected victories, unexpected weapons, and unexpected teamwork. But of course, only one can prevail. Frutella takes their way up to the next set, and Sasu. This is interesting because for a team seeding, it is now 1-2 in the finals, and the third team got third, and the fourth team got fourth. So, what are your predictions for our final set whilst we are setting it up? Because we are going to have a fun one here.
I think, quite frankly, clearly there's been some really strong seeding going on. Everything kind of falling into place as predicted. So maybe it is a little bit boring, but I'm going to have to think that it's going to go to our first seeds, given how formulaic and everything's been falling into place. So shout out to, I guess, Sendo or our seeders for putting this in place, because things have largely gone to plan. So really strong showing.
The caliber of Paddling Pool today has been absolutely strong. I think it's a little bit stronger than we usually see here on stream. So I'm glad to see that even some of the big boys of Splatoon are returning to this weekly. But why would you not? We have a lot of lands coming up. One in America, I believe, and one in Europe too. So getting everything to your best is something you want to do. With Caterpillar against Frutella. Caterpillar, Noah, Soldier, Raiki, and Gas or Goss. Goss, sorry,
Goss.
are the top team and are their winners finals, and are happy to take a shot at Frutella, because I don't think they've played Frutella in this tournament yet. No, they were on opposite sides of the bracket, and Frutella was kicked out earlier by all our boys. Surprising. Did not expect that one to happen, but Frutella fought their way back. So, you know, I think it's going to be interesting because both teams play for something, and that's speed. Both teams are incredibly fast on that map.
Well, speaking of fast, we are going to be taking, I think, a fast break before we get to grand finals. So maybe grab a snack just for this finale. Make sure you stay hydrated, because we will be right back.
Welcome back to Battling Pool 320. I always said 23. 333 right here
How
on
about the
Deadpool
333?
Productions. I love 333. It's a nice little Splatfest number for those who care. But for those who just want to watch the tournament, we are at the grand finale. The two teams who have fought there, I'm gonna say it as of here. Caterpillar running through the winners bracket and Frutella running through the losers bracket. Both teams had long runs in their respective top or bottom half here. But it all comes down to this 5 to 10 games of Splatoon madness. Will it be seed number 1, who already showed some crazy dominance against almost all their opponents? Or will it be Frutella, the little underdog? Even if they qualify for the Worlds, they got outfought here earlier in this tournament. And let's open it off on Clamblitz Museum del Vancino.
Listen, one could say that they fought their hats off here. Worked really hard to get to this grand finale, and it's gonna be kind of pretty having a badge on your Sendo profile that says you won that paddling pool 333 on Splatoon 3. Definitely both of these teams are gonna want that honor, but already Caterpillar coming in hot. They are first seeds for a reason. They've got that crab out, they've got a lot of that aggression, but they have to check themselves, make sure that they don't overextend, because you see Frutella, they already also have their cool out and are going to see what they can get away with. So you see that off that block, they're able to come in here and mow several members down with a jump out. So Goss clearly just having a little bit of chaos here, taking what he can get and just getting out of dodge. So Caterpillar, one member down, but definitely set up in a really aggressive position.
What we're talking about before the break is both teams are very much reliant on their speed. Playing it differently, of course, but speed is the name of this game. And you see with how similar these weapon comps are, half the comps are the same, with some similarities, I would say. But the fact that both teams are playing very similar comps shows how set up this meta is and how speedy you have to be in order to succeed here. It is about a minute and a half through this game and neither team has scored a point yet. So both offense and defenses are strong, and they will create a very neck-and-neck scenario. They are fighting over the midpoint right now, but no team can really seem to get a hold of it. Two players do go down on the side of Frutella, and this is what Caterpillar wants. Two players down by Noah the Pencil. Looking at Fiesta, looking at Crowning 2. Shy Guy now coming in with a slosher to do some disruption. Gets splatted too, so Noah on a roll here. Tacticooler goes out, Zipcaster goes out, and two Power Clam at the ready. The Crab Tank goes out as well. And here we go, Power Clam 1 in that basket. The Crab Tank about to be over. Power Clam 2 in that basket. Looking for more points, and there's Soldier with 3 more clams connected to the basket. 45 now the score to beat. Noah with another clam. And there's the Vaca with another Power Clam in. 16 points, 13 points even as the first push coming in from 100 is Sasu. Beautiful, beautiful opening push by Caterpillar.
Wow, what an absolutely nasty push. You see Goss on that top left with that jump in for the Power Clam. I didn't even see coming. I definitely slack-jawed seeing how well they did, but despite that, they are still not to be trifled with. I think that Frutella tried to make a push of their own. Now you see the clam economy that they were building up, but Caterpillar said, yeah, we're good on our offense, but we're also strong on our defense. So they get that wipe, several specials, I think, online for Frutella. So they have a lot of ammo to be able to push against this push that's happening. And Caterpillar very wisely kind of jumps up, gives up what they had going on. But not enough, because you see, they're still in that bottom left and they're trying to push with these strikes hat.
I love what the Stamper's doing with all the jumps, by the way. But those strikes can be very important as an opener for Caterpillar. 2 plays down on the side of Frutella, and 1 Power Clam goes in. No, with the second Power Clam connects that to 3 more clams, and this game is over. And how convenient, 3 clams spawned there, but no, only able to pick up 2. And only able to score 1. Raiki now looking to throw more Power Clams in, but opts to play it a little bit slowly and hold off to get some teams back into the fight. You don't want to rush it in now, because it might drag you down later on. We do see another power clam online for Caterpillar as Frutella is looking to get an opening, but they just have not been able to go in anywhere after about the 2.5 minute mark. Frutella has not been shown any kind of mercy as Caterpillar has been an absolute dominant force on this map.
Absolutely, but I think Frutella, once again, like we saw in those other sets, it's more than just the fact that they have 100 and they're looking down their other team's score of 4. It's that we just have 30 seconds left, so even if they are able to crack open that basket, ultimately they're gonna have to make what is essentially a 100-0 push, and the clam economy, the amount of dominance you have to do, you have to keep the other team down while you keep their basket open. It is a tall order for sure. So you see those members of Frutella jumping in for this defense, but it's a little bit unfortunate that they're having to focus on defense because, of course, we're heading into OT and they need to be on this offense. And now that they have this pressure, it's so difficult to be able to make a really solid, safe push with this pressure, but already you see that Caterpillar is looking to end the game on their own terms. A Crab active on that plat, and I think they're just going to run out that time there. So in a dominant fashion, Caterpillar, our first seed, takes that first game.
It's incredible how dominant they were and not KO. I think that's surprising. Does show that Frutella has some skill behind there as well, and maybe Clamblitz today just wasn't it, but what a game from Caterpillar and such speed. I was talking about how fast Frutella was, but Caterpillar seems to be on another level. You can see it very well with how fast these teams move around the map, how fast they push in together. And one of the biggest examples I think is how much Reiki jumps from player to player and how much super jump they are having, but also how little margin of error they have on the jumps towards the team player. So very, very skillful showing by Caterpillar. Frutella, honestly, after the halfway mark, did not stand a real chance. But this is only game 1, and there is still 4 more games to go before the potential bracket reset. So a lot of stuff can still happen here, and that next map might show some interesting plays. It always creates either super heavy snowballs or super interesting games with nothing regular in between. It is Splat Zones on Humpback Bump Track.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be super interesting. I know that a lot of people take a lot of umbrage with Museum in particular, so we'll see if that was necessarily a fluke, because it's possible Frutella's like, listen, we want nothing to do with that map, with that mode. So we will be heading here, like you said, into Humpback Zones, and this, I think, of the zones maps, there's a lot of room to play. Of course, you have that mid area and those flanks to watch, and that you can also, of course, utilize. It's just a very open map, so definitely going to be interested to see how these teams utilize that, and whether we see any sort of switches to AoE to take advantage of those windows. So I think before we saw Frutella on that double cooler before, but that may have been to simply counter Devin. So we aren't going to see the double cooler. Instead, just a pretty standard comp out of Frutella, but perhaps there's an issue here because we see that the battle was ended beforehand. Not quite sure. I didn't see a DC.
I didn't see DC either, and I don't think any of the team members changed, so I don't exactly know why that game has been ended, but maybe a wrong weapon. But it would be odd, because they clicked ready, and it looks like we're going to have a host change, I believe, because players were complaining about lag. I think that's the reason. Splatoon's Cult Classic. I remember when my girlfriend started playing Splatoon, and I know she doesn't. I think if you're watching this, honey, I'm so sorry. But she always complained about the lag early on, and I always told her, Listen, I've been playing this from Splatoon 1. The lag and the disconnects are not a bug, it's just a feature.
I mean, yeah, people always joke $20 a year. Um,
Oh, I pay 50.
oh
It's
golly.
even worse.
Well, the 20 USD certainly pissing us off from all the lag that we have to deal with, but also, sometimes you have people from different regions, and our internets just don't play nice. Particularly, of course, you have a lot of people from Europe in this tourney, and I think there are certain sections of Europe that have stronger internets than others. Factually, that is just, I think, what certain governments decide to put in their infrastructure, and that can be very difficult for Splatoon. So you switch it up, and at least you get the laughs from looking at the replays and seeing the people teleport all over the screen.
It's always funny. I think it's over time. I think it has definitely improved somewhat. Early Splatoon 2, for example, was honestly a little bit unplayable. And the Wii U, if you didn't have the internet adapter, which, let's be real, nobody did, had some crazy moments in single player, especially because you were almost exclusively playing against JP players, especially for people in America and Europe. The ping difference was massive. So I think over time, Nintendo has proved it a ton, but dedicated servers, yes, please, especially if I paid money for that. However, it's still playable, and sometimes your host switch, of course, is all you need to have the best lobby possible, because, like you said, internet speeds vary depending on the infrastructure. We are slowly, maturely remaking our lobby and see what's going on here in the second game of this best of 5 set.
That reminds me of, I think Chara recently, Pro Chara recently made a video about our performance as the West versus Japan. And I saw people in the comments talking about some people, they give up when they see a Japanese name. And as someone whose name used to be in Japanese on my display, someone was saying, well, you don't even know if those players are Japanese. So why are you giving up thinking, oh no, it's a Japanese team? And I just thought to myself, sometimes I tell myself, I don't even know if this person's Japanese. And then the lag kicks in. And then they're a teleporting explosion. I go, oh, no, this guy's the real deal. Of course, they could be from really far away. Perhaps they're from like Oceania and their name is in Japanese. It could be that as well. But sometimes I'm like, I'm not afraid of this guy just because their name's in Japanese. And then they start teleporting and I'm like, wait a second, I am a little bit afraid. That's I don't know how to take down this laggy leader.
Well, sometimes if you see players with like maybe a Japanese name or something like that, why would you give up? If you're playing against someone better, see it
Lock
as
in!
a challenge. Lock in! Get the dub! And if you lose, learn from it. That's the mentality. You don't lose. You can only improve. I mean, yeah, you lose, but you can still improve by a ton. So, I don't see why people sometimes give up. But that might just be me, and that might just be them. And we are about to go into our second game. Finally, here we go. I love PP on the team of Caterpillar. I love to see it. Both of the teams are running the same or similar weapons as we saw before. And this big humpback zone, of course, like I said, will be interesting. Frutella takes the first capture, but for how long can they hold it is the real question here, Sassy.
Yeah, we shall see. You see that 3 of the members of Frutella are going to go down. So obviously Caterpillar moving in to capitalize off of that. And right now it's just a bit of a skirmish. It seems like, just like I was talking about before, everyone can just kind of be everywhere because you've got that left, that right. You see the pen is just paying attention to, I think, the other pen, who is on their right there, so they're not even necessarily giving their attention to this sticker stamper that is just kind of putting that control down. And as you can see, Caterpillar has really strongly taken the lead, and their paint is just practically everywhere. So they just kind of have it made in the shade because it seems as though Frutella has been hard pressed to move forward. But with these strikes, they are able to finally cap that zone. And I think we just might be looking at a game of strikes back and forth here.
That's sometimes what Splat Zone is all about. If those Reef Sliders it's the Drive Strikes or Booyah Bomb. But like I said, a beautiful push to the lead from Caterpillar. Frutella now back in control. Penalty removed and points are being pushed. They lost a Splash Medic on the right side though. Trade with the Stamper. The fact that it's a trade might be used. Vaca using their Crab Tank but gets splattered by Crowny. That is a good spell. Aura goes down by Noah. But that Crab Tank down is massive. Drive strike from Shy Guy against Noah, forcing them back, allowing Frutella to keep control of the zone. But that pencil so quick on the paint. The lead cannot be swapped. Caterpillar is protecting that zone at all costs. That lead must remain in their hands to control the game and control the set of Frutella. Even though they're doing a good job, Caterpillar stronger right now.
Yeah, you see Goss here just trying to hide from this Crab Tank that is going to come out. And you see that Caterpillar almost threw their penalty points, but not before the strikes come out. It can just be so almost impossible to paint over those. And you can see here, despite the fact that I think Goss is on that splash, not able to paint over those, but finally Frutella in this position to possibly take back this lead. This Crab is going to come out though, and I think it's going to be difficult to hold on to this while the Crab is out, and they are currently just trying to chip away at the members. Two of the members are going to go down, and yes, Frutella has lost the zone. So despite the fact that they were in the position for a good hold, just like we've seen through a lot of this set, it seems like Frutella is just not able to hold whenever they get this advantage state.
Well, I see from Caterpillar, it's the second they start losing a push. They just opt to go back and opt to wait it out until everyone is back. But the second they start a push, however, they commit so much that everyone from Frutella just kind of vanishes. They are so well synergized. They are so well playing together. And this is what you need to do in the battling pool. And especially this late in this tournament. Beautiful, beautiful tactical placement by Noah, allowing it for grab it themselves as well as their teammates who are more to the front line. Looking at Fiesta with that Crab Tank. Booyah Bomb goes out to Fiesta as well. Gets rid of Aaron but does not get rid of Fiesta. Forces them off only, but Fiesta still alive. Crowny now with that pencil. Looking at that zone, looking at that penalty for Caterpillar because that's about to be done. And when that's done, more points can be scored, but only 2 points are scored by Caterpillar. Frutella also now does not allow Caterpillar to go anywhere, and this is sort of causing a stalemate between both of these teams. Neither can push, which is great for Caterpillar and horrible for Frutella.
Yeah, it's looking like we're in a bit of a deadlock, and deadlock only really spells victory, obviously, for Caterpillar, who is ahead, but has finally gotten through those penalty points down to 18. So even though they do lose the zone here, not going to matter so much to them. You see that there's only 22 seconds left there, and there's just a lot of skirmish happening in mid. I think Caterpillar with 2 members down. Wow, and Goss in this extremely just aggressive position on this Crab, going to just stop them from diving at the zone, and possibly with just, I think, that bucket up, that is going to be game. And once again, another tick on the scoreboard for Caterpillar.
Locking themselves into match point status, and locked in they are, causing stalemates after stalemate, fight after fight. But coming out victorious every single time is how they wanted their battling pool to go, and it's going well so far. However, they're not champions yet. They still have to face one more game, and Frutella can definitely still wreak some havoc against Caterpillar, but it's a tall mountain climb. It's going to be a big challenge, especially in the next map. Tower control on the shipyard.
This is it Shipyard or is it...
Cargo Co. It's Cargo Co, yeah. Is
Cargo Co.
It's Hammerhead! No! I always get them confused. They look so similar. It's always also, it is 11:30. I go to bed early. I have an office job. I'm a little tired. But I'm so sorry. It is indeed a Hammerhead Bridge, which is it that much better? I don't know. It's still pretty difficult. Still pretty hard.
I think, luckily for me, it is only 5 p.m. So a little bit easier for me to kind of see these things. But like you said, not sure that's quite better. Unlike Hammerhead Bridge is well known for being just a straight line with very few flanks, very, like, if you're just kind of being pushed back oppressively, it's very difficult to get out of that situation because the only place to go is to the back. It's hard to get these off angles or really just kind of do anything fancy. So it is just kind of raw skill and aggression that wins the day. And quite frankly, especially, we saw those strikes going back and forth in that last game. We have Soldier, I think, with those strikes, and I think that even though both teams have strikes, Soldier's strikes were a little bit obviously more effective, seeing as though Caterpillar did win the day. So more AoE on Frutella, which we have to take notice of. Frutella have been doing really strong on these tower games due to the fact that they're able to chip that tower, use those strikes, and also with this straight line, we have that gal that has the that
wall?
is going to be able to put, not the wall, but
Yeah, the killer whale.
yes, the killer whale. So it's very hard to sort of hide from those, and I think that may make it so that Frutella might be able to get their first win in this set.
Yeah, Frutella gets a first push on the tower here, but both teams are very still maybe on the center yet, and this one line can cause a lot of trouble for Caterpillar this time actually, because of the killer whale, like you said, but also the Rapid Blaster Pro can cause some trouble as well. However, Caterpillar seems to got themselves up their feet again and started pushing for points as they have almost broken down that first checkpoint. I was so ready to say that they've broken down that first checkpoint, and I almost said it, but they have not done so. 2 players are down instead of Frutella as they are 1 point in the lead. Still, Caterpillar looking at the tower, slowly trying to get on it, but Arrow now defending with that 52 gal. Shy Guy, Crowny, and Fiesta returning to the battlefield up front, helping their teammate out. 2 players down now, and with Shy Guy down, this is an opportunity for Caterpillar to get on the tower. 3 players have been spotted here, Sasu, as Caterpillar is on their way to break the first checkpoint.
Yeah, I think that Frutella really has to, it sounds silly, but just focus on life. I think that they're going down, and, you know, Caterpillar, it seems as though when they are given an inch, they really take a mile. You see how far they were overextending, and we have Soldier in that bottom right, but able to jump out despite having 2 members on them. So, despite the fact that they let Soldier get away with that, which also means that they're going to probably be able to get to the strikes a lot easier, and you see them immediately being popped and thrown out, just barely going to reach that tower, not going to stop Frutella from their push. Yeah, I think if Frutella is able to live here, win their 1v1s, and just not allow Caterpillar to get away with everything, then I think they may be made in the shade, because I am liking their comp for this map mode.
Yeah, I think I agree with that too. The comp of Frutella definitely shows more potential in this map than the comp of Caterpillar. Caterpillar is going for stability, and Frutella is going for more riskier but higher rewards play. And so far, it has been paying off. They may not have the lead, but they had more push opportunities, meaning that lead will surely come to life any minute now. They're slowly pushing it forward. They're slowly making their way up the battlefield, and they're slowly getting towards that lead, because the lead is before the checkpoint. It should be relatively easy and relatively manageable, but they can only score and only get a little bit closer every single sky, and only score maybe 1 or 2 points at best, as Caterpillar is very strong on the defense though. The map is quite on the long side, like you said earlier when we were building this map. It is a long straight. 3 players down though. 4 Frutella is not what they needed. Fiesta also goes down. A delayed wipe here, Sasu. And Frutella just cannot find the opening to get that lead they're looking for.
Yeah, but there's something to be said for the fact that I think Caterpillar has had two pretty. That's not true. I was going to say two pretty dominant wins, but I think that last win, there was a lot of back and forth in mid in that zones game. But speaking of back and forth, you see that there's only what 11 or points or so, or yes, that separates the two. So even with just a minute left, I think just barely, Caterpillar has able to only clear their first checkpoint. So this all is not lost, certainly for Frutella. You see two of their members are going to go down, but gonna have a trade, a little bit of a lick back there on one of the members of Caterpillar. So if they're just able to keep their specials, which of course Caterpillar are also going for, Goss popping this crab, then they might be able to make it happen, and they push Goss straight off the map.
I've seen so many things within Splatoon in my career, but never have I seen a crab tank being physically launched off a bridge from a tower. Caterpillar did extend their lead with that, but not by much. The second checkpoint for neither team has been touched, and Frutella now on the push. Frutella with 2 players down inside the Caterpillar. They're looking towards the lead. It's only Soldier alive, but they can't defend. And in overtime on the second checkpoint, Frutella takes game number 3. It's not yet over until it is over, and Frutella, with beautiful back and forth fighting, shows that they're not yet done.
Listen, you see the matching hairstyles here from Frutella. Instant replay. Super excited to see Goss just get yeeted straight off of the map there. That was very funny, but also, despite being funny, I think that was also very advantageous, because having that crab on the tower, I think, would have just been so threatening and very difficult for them to be able to approach. So getting rid of Goss in that manner, and then having that respawn take so long, I think they didn't have the fighting power when they needed it, just at that final point. And I'm sure they were hoping to end this in a 3-1, but Frutella hitting them back and sending them to a game 4.
I don't think Caterpillar expected to have to be fighting a game 4. I don't think they anticipated it either, with how strong they've been playing the first 2 games. But you saw how back and forth that was. Like I said already, the Splatzone's Humpback map was already quite back and forth, and didn't win it that dominantly compared to the Clemlitz game on Museum del Foncino. And this shows here that the cracks are starting to set. However, a big challenge is coming up here for Frutella. Splat zones on Flounder Heights. If Caterpillar can get themselves set up, it can be crazy scary with how fast and how strong they are fighting the low ground. So I'm interested to see what's going on. I got a message from Bat. It's actually not Splat Zones. The overlay is wrong. It is Rainmaker, on Flounder Heights. It is Rainmaker on Flounder Heights. That makes more sense, yeah.
Where'd Rainmaker go? I was like, I know people have been complaining about Rainmaker, but I remember seeing it in the tourneys, so I was like...
It's Paymaker. You are right. I'm looking at Sandu too. It is indeed Rainmaker on the Flounder Heights. But now the question is, Sasu, is this more or less scary?
I think that this is less scary, because with zones, you have that stationary zone that you have to worry about. The objective stays in one point, and you can absolutely block out your opponent's something fierce in a zones and just deny them the ability to get in completely. Versus in a Rainmaker, they have to go to that first check. You know what I mean? They can't just I mean, granted, you can get 3v1'd in your own spawn and have the Rainmaker just kind of carry it to both ways, but that is a little bit improbable. You don't see that all that often. So knowing exactly where it is that they have to be, I think makes it so that the pace slows down a little bit more. Rainmaker known for being a little bit more stally. So I think with the pace not being so fast and so, punishing they may be set up in a better position now that it is Rainmaker. But I certainly wouldn't want to play Rainmaker Flounder, that's for sure.
No, I don't think I'll leave that to the players here whilst
Who
I
picked
go
that?
and watch some Splatoon. It actually has been picked by Frutella. Yes, we
I
are
wonder if
confident in
it's-
picking the odd maps. I feel like Frutella always has a little bit of a hand of picking some odd map modes combinations just to throw your opponents off. I mean, it works. Nobody wants to play this. Whilst we are waiting for our next set to be ready, the
But you
teams
know how-
are slowly joining. Yeah, what do I
I
know?
always have to wonder, like, I said this last set. When it says, like, Team 2 picked this, what it really means is there's at least one player on the other team who has this on their personal list, right? So sometimes your team, it says Team 2 picked this, and you're like, huh? We're Team 2. Who picked this? And there's the one guy on your team who really loves, like, Lemuria clams.
Probably is like a Crowny or Aaron or something. Oh, hey, laughing.
You're like, wait, who picked this? And the one person has to meekly raise their hand like that was me. And you have to kind of fight them because nobody else on the team wants to play it. So sometimes when I do see that, this was picked by this team, I'm like, was it the team? Or is it one guy that's holding the rest of the team hostage?
I mean, does it really matter? I mean, if you have someone with a preference for a very, very oddball map mode, it's either one of two things. One, they're inherently evil. Or two,
Brownie.
they have... Yeah, exactly. Or two, they have something up their sleeves, which nobody is ever going to expect. And I always hope that it is number two.
Yeah, I'm hoping that it's the entire team that just has, a special affinity for Rainmaker Flounder. Very interesting because I feel like, with all due respect, if I see Rainmaker Flounder in the rotation, perhaps I don't play that rotation. Perhaps I say I'll wait for the next 2 hours because it can just be kind of frustrating, but there are worse. It could be clams, right? Clams,
Well,
Flounder. Way worse.
Clams for solo, 100%. Not recommended. I don't recommend it.
So I guess like things could be worse, and sometimes I've definitely had some fun with my friends in this map mode, but we are heading into it. Let's take a look at these loadouts. Reiki switching over to that Luna Blaster, Evil Crowny, evil as ever, sticking on that zap, and I think once again Frutella is coming at it double cooler. So we're gonna see how this works out with Reiki on this switch, I think, off of the S-Blast to this aggression you have with the hammer. But two members from both teams gonna go down, and like I remember you mentioning before, Hat, when it comes to Flounder, I think that Slosher and Blasters can just run amok. So definitely going to be fun seeing as though both teams have both classes.
Yeah, on quick side note, Reiki, with the long Y we see instead of the I, is actually a sub Mikey, as Reiki had to unfortunately leave for whatever reason. So we are seeing a sub on the side of Caterpillar. It doesn't really matter whoever is playing for them because the checkpoint is still in their hands. We just want to know that quickly. But yeah, like I said earlier, indeed, Blasters and Sloshers run for free here. What are you telling me? Unranged stupid damage from people you don't even see? Yeah, that's exactly what Flounder Heights needs, because half the time you're not gonna see your opponents, you're just gonna shoot up and hope for the best. Don't we love great map design? I think for a map game of Splatoon, Flounder Heights is absolutely perfect. Don't ever rework it, Nintendo, like some of the other maps. You have reworked. Frutella now in control of that Rainmaker, looking to get towards the checkpoint. Though go down, unfortunately, but cannot find a way to the checkpoint. The Crab Tank had something to say about that, as Caterpillar is showing some good defense here and are about to pop that Rainmaker too.
Yeah, Goss getting this really good pick here, just trying to see what they can get away with. But 3 members of Frutella are going to go down, meaning I think this is finally the time for Caterpillar to see if they can get more points on the board, because you see they've only gotten that initial check, which is really good 2 minutes through the game. But at the same time, I'm sure that Caterpillar has been playing for knockouts. They do not play for small change. They want the whole pot. So Noah kind of taking their time here, seeing what they can get away with, but it is going to be a trade out of Crowny. Finally, Phoenix, aka Fiesta, with a really good jump out here. And with all of the rest of their members down, I think they are probably going to get out of there, and Caterpillar is going to continue their reign of terror.
They don't roam free, however. There is no path for them to take. They have to create one. Phoenix does go in, but almost got splatted by the Rainmaker. Got splatted now by, I believe, Raiki, who is pushing in further, looking at Crowny. Big splat on Crowny, 2-3 players effective down and only respawning on the side of Frutella. The Rainmaker up to 12 points left, but Caterpillar is still in. Caterpillar still doing damage. Tacticooler was out in the field, so everyone who got splatted gets a quick respawn and are all jumping back to Noah, who survived all the carnage from Frutella. And carnage is what Caterpillar is going to place on Frutella right now, but it looks like Frutella had an ace with sleeve and forced Caterpillar back.
Yeah, but I think they are going to dodge all of those strikes that come out. Raiki, or rather sort of the bootleg Raiki, going to get practically a Zuka shot with that hammer, going to make sure that somebody goes down. And I think Noah's still in place here, so we're still in this sort of situation where Caterpillar really has a lot of the control of the entire map, and Frutella is trying to manage them. They've already pushed down to 12, and we're coming up on 1 minute left. The Rainmaker does reset Goss, you see, waiting there for that to happen. But yeah, looking here, doesn't it look like Frutella's just kind of scrambling? Like, there's just so much offensive power that it's going to be difficult for them. And with this wipe, honestly, if not game, it may be close to it, because one thing about Flounder is that the retake can just feel so brutal and cramped. So Noah can choose to try and run this or try and stall it. Either way, Frutella needs to get together and figure out what they're doing right now.
Setting up a Flounder Heights is key. I said it before and I will say it again. You have to push the high guard on this map. One of the few maps in Splatoon that actively does this, very much the opposite of what usual map design in shooter games do. Flounder Heights take this to an extreme with how tall this map actually is, and that is of course what's causing Frutella to struggle so much with the retake. You have to fight up a hill with Tacticoolers online all the time. They have a couple seconds left. It can still be done. They can still get the Rainmaker in their hands into the lead. But Caterpillar pick it up right now! Frutella picked it up instead, but got splatted instantly, and with that final splat on the Rainmaker, the only thing I can say is that Caterpillar are your battling pool 333 champions. Very, very well done by them.
Yes, they've pulled it off. They've gotten the 333, kind of like when you win that 333 times battle in Splatfest. There's a lot of victory in getting the Splatoon 3 333s, especially for Paddling Pool, which has been running for so long. So I do hope that Caterpillar are proud of themselves for being the champions in this run. Really good 3-1 set. And also a GG's, a congratulations to Frutella, who did put up a really strong fight. A lot of those games were pretty close as well. So definitely glad to see this grand finals and glad to see both of these teams do so well.
Yes, but I think the biggest GG we have to give are to the seedings, as we get the 1, 2, 3, and 4 correct in the seedings. Technically also 5. So the first 5 from our technicality correct on the seeding. So very, very well done by the seeding team. But what a tournament we had here on stream today. Double production always delivers. Double production never disappoints. Battling Pool was supposed to be just a fun weekly, often turns out into a crazy, crazy tournament, and that's why we love that it's been running for so long every single week. But all good things, unfortunately, must come to an end, and so does today's Battling Pool. So before we sign off, Sasu, where can we find you on the internet?
For those of you who maybe have the stream up in another tab, just kind of listening, or have it in a small little window on your phone who can't quite perhaps see the display, my socials are Sasu in your pants, SASUIN, the letters UR, pants, and that's basically all of my socials. But Caster Hat from the Netherlands, where can the people see you if they want to keep up with you?
Well, compared to the last time we were on a voice chat together casting, I did change my Blue Sky tag after I spent 23 cents. So on Blue Sky, you can find
Well
me
worth
at
it.
casterhead.nl instead of .bsky. So give me a follow. I will be playing more Splatoon and probably starting posting more because as of recently, I've been enjoying this game towards the fullest extent. And before we sign off, we also have to give a shout out to our lovely, lovely streamer, Jorian. You can find them on jorian.bsky.social. This is JORYAN. Give our streamer a follow who've been grinding it out for the past 5 hours on the back, doing crazy and honestly doing God's work here on Battling Pool. But of course, the biggest shout out goes to every single viewer who has been watching this tournament tonight.
Absolutely. Thank you for watching. Another thanks, of course, to Jorian for all the hard work he's doing in the background. Thank you to the teams for joining, and a congratulations to Team Caterpillar for winning this paddling at triple threes. We will be back next week as we always